Government Code is amended. I call to order a meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Monday, December the 3rd, 2012 at 6:30 p.m. The board will meet in closed session to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, deliberation of the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, including Travis Country, deliberation of a negotiated contract for a prospective gift to the district, deliberation about commercial or financial information about the board that the board has received from a business prospect, or deliberation of the offer of a financial or other incentive to a business prospect, and/or to consult with legal counsel regarding pending or contemplated litigation, or a settlement offer, or on a matter which the school district's legal counsel determines should be confidential, including legal matters regarding the agreement between IDEA Public Schools and Austin Independent School District and the Board of Trustees' roles and responsibilities in hearings in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, and 551.071, respectively. At this time, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Approval of the agenda moved.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Ellens. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes unanimously by all those on the dais. At this time, Dr. Mathias, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, at this time, the board will move to closed session, and we will reconvene in about 50 minutes. Reconvene at 7:47. Our first item on the agenda is the draft annual academic and facilities recommendations. Dr. Karstafen.
Yes, Mr. President and trustees, since September 10th, the administration has been presenting to the board all of our work over the past year regarding the 13-14 annual academic and facility recommendations for possible board action on December 12th of this year. Of the 6 AFRs scheduled for board action on December 17th, the administration is asking for any additional guidance you have regarding 2 AFRs in particular at tonight's meeting. One is the School for Young Men, and the other is the District 1 middle schools. Now, as I've mentioned in previous meetings, a school for young men that's modeled after the Ann Richards School for Young Women has been the subject of community interest for a few years here in Austin. And prior to my tenure as a superintendent, I think there have been far more aggressive conversations, but they kind of, come up and then they settle down. But at least in my tenure, the discussions have again accelerated when a potential funder, the Moody Foundation, approved $4.6 million in funding over the next several years for such a project if it is approved by the board. Like the Ann Richards School for Young Women, the School for Young Men would offer a single-sex educational environment focused on leadership and character where any young man could succeed. The school would offer a college and career preparation for grades 6 through 12. Now, in order for this to be possible, there are some key steps that would have to take place. First, the board would need to approve the administration's recommendation on December 17th. And that recommendation is tied to the work of the planning team, which I'll go back and summarize for you in just a moment. But the planning team basically recommends another site, the Alternative Learning Center, for that we already own and use for educational purposes, but it would require a lot of renovation to make it completely prepared for being a comprehensive 6 through 12 school. But to just talk through the steps, if the board would approve a recommendation on December 17th, the Citizens Bond Advisory Committee would need to then take that and decide on whether or not it would include it into its project work or scope of project work for the potential upcoming bond. And then after they have a scope of work, the board would then have to approve a call for a bond election. Then the voters would have to approve the bond program. And there are some other things that I would need to do in the meantime, like go back to the funder, and after some of these details of the decisions are made, I'd have to vet that one more time with the foundation to ensure everybody's on the same page, including the possibility of perhaps opening the school for the 14-15 school year. And then if we decide to use the ALC, there's also the issue of making sure that we've made all the plans necessary for a new location for the Alternative Learning Center that's currently there and the services we provide. Now, the planning team has reported that they support the idea of renovating the Alternative Learning Center. Like I have discussed in earlier work sessions, they shared reasons with us, like creating less of a disruption for students that are currently in existing schools, because remember we talked at one time about a potential co-location at a site. The other was that it's in a central location and it has space in the property and in the building so that the program could actually grow. The ALC is across the street from the ACC East View campus, which could represent some opportunities for enhancing the college work, dual credit opportunities, and other partnerships. If you looked at it from the perspective of building a brand new building, you're looking at least $60 million in new construction, and this could be renovated for a lesser cost, but still a significant one, anywhere from $20 to probably $25 million. And that there was still a belief that although it is the ALC, many people in the community still remember the building as the old Anderson High School, and there's a lot of emotion and interest in seeing the school be renovated, perhaps for a more aggressive academic work than what we've been using it for over the last several years. And so tonight, that's the School for Young Men, and while I did get direction from the board in the last month, which was move it over to the bond, the CBAC, so they could consider it for a bond. I just want to remind this board with new trustees that was the last direction given to the administration. But the administration has already announced to the board that we are in alignment with the planning team's support for the ALC, and that is our draft recommendation. But I wanted to just put it on the table one more time in case people had other thoughts that they wanted to share with us. And then the second part of tonight's conversation is tied to Pierce and Garcia Middle Schools. And the last time we discussed this topic, it was looking as far into the work of the planning team as possible. And at the time, the planning team had just come back from a site visit that they were really excited about and wanted an opportunity to kind of vet with the planning team more extensively. But now they have done that. They're still going to see other sites. But I do believe they've moved closer to a proposed scenario, and we're asking for your feedback on what they've shared with us. In short, the planning team supports an academic program that is about academic rigor, also has a college-ready focus, leadership, character, and the curriculum itself is one of college prep and advanced academics, pre-AP, as part of their core classes. Now, this program design, as described to us, has the support of it being acknowledged as a design that will really focus on the two attendance areas that surround Pierce and Garcia Middle Schools. And they've gone to see Grand Prairie ISD, Houston ISD. They're going back to see Grand Prairie again, in large part because this is a school district that did combine two attendance areas and have created single-sex schools very similar to the design that I know Ms. Bradley has been talking about extensively with her community in District 1. The planning team does support the establishment of 2 single-sex middle schools in the combined attendance area, and their rationale was, well, for different reasons, they had rationales as well. One is that they felt like it needed to be an ambitious model that provided a new start and a cultural shift for the 2 schools, that the focus on gender-specific strategies would simultaneously break down some of the stereotypes that, that children with the demographics that they have at Pearson Garcia have about each other, which lead to some other behaviors in school that are distracting and interfere with student academic success. They believe that it's a competitive option for families that might otherwise choose other options. They felt like it was aligned to our board goal around having students graduate ready for college, career, and life in a globally competitive economy. And they felt like it was a new option that would enhance our portfolio of options available to our families, which is one of your board priorities for the last 2 years. And that while there was a lot of debate back and forth, federal regulations under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act do allow for single-sex education when it is done correctly. Now, they did say that they understand the complexity of the situation, that the community has provided varied input over the last year, and that's the piece I just want to remind everyone of, that this AAFR exactly 1 year ago was scheduled for action with the board. At the recommendation of Trustee Bradley, she asked for more time, another year, to vet this model or any other models with the school community. It was postponed, and we've been working on it for the last year, and here we are a year later. And there have been many ideas and feedback along the way. We've summarized all those things. You have the fact sheets, you have the summaries of the surveys, and so on. But what I wanted to just raise was that the planning team is still working on a few more things. We wanted the benefit of this conversation with the board tonight. And the administration does not have a draft recommendation yet. This is kind of one of the last ones to kind of come online for potential action on December 17th. But so far, the planning team does believe, and in your materials as the attachment, they summarize some of the findings they had at Grand Prairie, and those have been available for you to review as well. But that's the summary of where we are right now, and basically we're looking for a confirmation with the School for Young Men. Are we still moving in the same direction with the ALC focus, moving it to the bond and considering it at that site? And also, you know, of course, contingent on many other actions that have to take place over the next few months. But also, is there anything else that we need to hear from the board regarding Pierce and Garcia middle schools?
So would you like to take them in the order that you just said, School for Young Men? Okay, so we will take them in the order she just described them. So the School for Young Men, we're open for discussion on that topic. Dr. Matthias.
I think my first comment would be that the board that previously considered this item is no longer here. I think it's important for us as a board, as I discussed in our officers meeting, for us to decide what are our priorities, what is our focus for these coming 2 or 4 years or more together. We're getting ready to go into a legislative session. We could be facing the possibility of budget cuts. So the thought of going out and selling the community on renovating a facility for $20 to $25 million when we may be coming into tough times ourselves, I find challenging. The community meetings that I have attended personally that had to do with the school, an all-boys school, the first was in July with some of our friends in the audience, and the data is not included in the packet that we have here. We have a lot of data here, but what I was seeing was people who were providing feedback in real time, you know, a small number saying they were in favor, a large number undecided, and a large number who were not in favor of this. So having said all that, I'm not sure if there were overwhelming community support, I would say let's push forward. Right now I'm hesitant. Thank you.
Dr. Christopherson, I wanted to just check with what I think of as the decision tree on this to see if we're still in the same spot that we were. basically, this hinges on a place to put it, is the way that I view it, at least. And the sequence seems to be that if the bond committee agrees that we should put it in the bond, that's the first hurdle that needs to get passed. Then the voters will have to approve it, and we can either go one way or another from there as well. But to me, the critical point is what the voters might seem to do if it actually gets that far, because it puts us in a position of having to say, yes, we really want this, and we need to find a place to put it, or, no, we don't have any place to put it, and we're not really sure that we want it bad enough to go displace somebody or, do some kind of renovations ourselves that may not be of the same scale that the $22 million from the bond is. We'd just be in a position of having to make a very hard call on, how we're going to house this thing. Is that still essentially correct?
Mr. President, trustees of the board, trustee Schneider, I guess I think it's essentially accurate. But I would say the first thing that we still haven't said as a board, which was where we started all this and why it's we have a potential funder, is and what the CBAC also gives us feedback on is that they won't even consider it. It won't even be talked about in the scope if the board right now isn't interested in a school for young men. Right? I mean, this is the point that we keep coming back to. So I still, and I agree with all the other steps that you described, I just still think it's that first initial step where we're still a little stuck. Do we want one? And while fair enough, even if you say yes, and the CBAC gets it and they continue their vetting, remember they have a few more months to do their work as well, they may find that that it makes it into the scope or it doesn't make it into the scope. And maybe if it makes it into the scope, it gets shaped into an independent proposition that doesn't necessarily hold up the rest of the bond. So no matter what all the rest of the steps are, I think the heart of the question that I still can't answer to for the funder or for the CBAC is there enough interest on the board for us to take the next big step on exploring a school for young men? And I hear you. That's why we brought this issue back about, there's new people on the board. And while we had direction from the last board and working with the president, we're back again to be sure everybody's on the same page. So we can go in any direction you choose. We just need a direction.
Well, I'll tell you that I'm at a point where, conceptually, School for Young Men sounds like a good idea. And as I think I've said before, while not being an attorney, I think the district is potentially liable for certain Title IX issues simply because we have the Richard School and we have not provided a equivalent program for young men. And, those two steps alone get me to the point where I think, yeah, it's something we ought to take a real good, hard, serious look at. The part where I fall down is that so much of the way we're doing things right now with regard to locating some of these facilities is kind of a push down from the top rather than trying to bubble something up from the campus level. And, I mean, something that would really interest me is that if we were able to find a way of saying, yeah, we need to look at a school for young men and go ahead and start taking steps to implement it, but then try and find a campus that would be willing to house something like this as either co-location or we want to turn this into, or however it wants to be in the long term, rather than trying to say, because you're under enrolled, we're going to do this, or because you're this part of town, we're going to do this. I mean, I'd like to get away from that approach because I really think that it's being harmful to the district, both short-term and long-term, and that we need to find another way to do at least that phase of this stuff. So,
Please.
Yeah. So, Mr. President, trustees of the board, trustee Schneider. So when I came in as superintendent, if you remember, the board was just coming off of the MGT efficiency study, which was requested by the board, that the district, paid for a study to look at all the efficiencies. So I guess, in a pretty short time frame, but I would argue like about 5 years, even though I haven't been here 5 years, we've been on one edge of the spectrum about a lot of efficiency talk. How can we maximize our resources? We know that we can't afford our infrastructure. I think, you used the phrase, the house is on fire many, many times in my first year regarding school performance and multi-year academically unacceptable schools. And then, we did go through one of the worst legislative sessions in the history of public education in the state of Texas. And now we're kind of on the other side, but you're right, it still looks pretty bleak going into this session. So it's happy to adjust that conversation, just need lots of clear direction from the board on whether or not you want to continue the conversation about efficiency as well. But that's where we started, and I have not had any direction saying, don't look at these things, or these things are less important to us now. The biggest feedback we've received from the board in this direction was around the facility master plan framework. While people agreed that we need to focus on efficiencies and things of that sort, I was sent back after the task force work to integrate the concept of academics first, right? Which gets us right into if it's not efficiency, it's about low academic performance. So we led with academics, still looking at operational issues as well. So we've kind of been way on this side, then we led with academics, and now we're either going to not look at it as much, but it sounds like we're going through like another, evolution of how we want to guide this work. But I can say this, I feel like with absolute certainty, after being the person who generally has to respond to all those things in writing and, answer many calls and go out and meet with people, even, on my own, is that the concept of co-locating in our district, having done co-locations, I mean, I haven't done any, I've only received the ones I know, LBJ Lhasa, Keeling, we've seen the concept of co-location. People don't love it. It's not well received here. And I have not received any interest whatsoever in the idea of us co-locating, not just the School for Young Men, anything, because there have been lots of talks about it. So, we don't have an unlimited enterprise. We have the sites that you all know. We have them well documented. And this one is still a site that we use a lot. It's pretty expensive to run because it's not a comprehensive school, so you're kind of putting a lot of bits and parts in it, but it still could bring down some of the efficiency costs, even though it is our ALC, and yes, the building needs a lot of investment. Now, Mr. Torres asked a question in an earlier meeting about how much money over time have we put in Porter to bring it up, and so my facility staff working on that in real dollars, but you're typically on the mark, Mr. Torres, on some of that, like the mechanics of the money on what we can anticipate. So until I have that answer, which we're still working, we're trying to get it for y'all as quickly as possible, but I still think we're going to find that for what we're spending, for what we would be spending on the ALC is going to be very comparable or pretty close to it on what we spent to really transition Porter. So, but I don't have that as a fact, and I'm still working on that with our team. But I just don't think, I'll just say, I just don't think the co-location piece is a starting point for this school. Not because it's a school for young men, because some people say it's a great idea, they're fine, just not in our school. So and maybe over time we could convince people, but right now I haven't heard that that would be a viable option, which is how we got to the ALC again.
Well, I'll just request that we have a discussion about the AFR process after the vote on the 17th. I'm not trying to stall that or delay it or derail it or anything else. But I think we need to really have a talk about how the AFRs are done, mainly because, I think we've reached the point where both financially and politically we can't afford to continue to do the process as we're doing it right now, that it's just something that we're not going to be able to sustain financially after this legislative session rolls around and after the courts are done doing their work. But politically, it's just causing far too much turmoil in the district. And I mean, even with the brief mention of Covington as an example, out in my part of the world, you know, there are other options rather than transferring out. I mean, you can transfer completely out of the district or completely out of the system if you want to. And, you know, that's what I've heard and seen people do. When we start making changes that are not palatable to them in some way, whether it's the academics that they're offering the kid or what you're doing with my property and my property taxes and the wealth of, what I have in my house, people have options to transfer out, and I think we're doing ourselves a disservice by continuing to do things in this way. And I just want to talk about it, that's all, and we'll do what the board wants to do at that point. So.
Ms. Moya.
Thank you. Not knowing what community meeting, Dr. Mathias, you're referring to, I don't know, what the subject matter was, but I do know that there's been a significant amount of confusion over the School for Young Men that would be similar to the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders versus the conversations that have been going on for District 1. And so I really feel that we owe it to everyone to make a distinction between what those are, how it works, and how, I've seen things in the newspaper, I've seen things all over the place that just add more confusion to the whole topic. So if we're talking about the School for Young Men, that would be similar to the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders, then I think that there has been a desire from the community for a long time, the broad community for a long time, that there be something similar for young men. However, what we need to remember is that school, would operate very much like the Ann Richards School, which would involve applications, which would involve qualifications, which calls for a lottery to select the names and all that stuff. It's not the same thing as what we've been talking about for District 1, and we really, really, really need to make sure that people understand the difference. So, some folks don't like to call it a magnet. I don't know what we would call it, but it certainly is an open enrollment school that would be open to anyone in the district, any young man, those grades, that can meet the entry requirements and then has their name drawn from the lottery, right? I mean, that's essentially how it works for the Ann Richards School. So that's the way it is for that particular concept. And so I think it's very important for people to know it's an open enrollment school. It's not defined by a geographic area. It's not defined by anything other than qualifications, applications, and a lottery. And so I don't see any reason why we shouldn't pursue it, because I know there's a desire from a lot of people in the school district to have something like that. And it may or may not address some of the issues that we're looking at wanting to address in District 1. So with those students over there. So I just really want us to make sure that we find a way to continually draw the line between the two concepts and make sure everyone understands what we're talking about. And this particular one, is an open enrollment school for anyone, any male in the district for those grade levels.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Moya. Ms. Hinojosa.
So I understand this is going to have bond implications if we pass it, but is it also going to have TRE implications if we're going to have some aggressive academic supports for either or both the Young Men's School or the District 1 schools if we decide to do that? How are we going to fund those kinds of programs?
Right. So, Mr. President, Trustee of the Board, Trustee Hinojosa, first, I just want to keep the District 1 schools to the side. I'll just focus on School for Young Men, just trying to keep my brain straight. Yes, any new program you offer as a board, as a school, anything that's new typically comes with more M&O impact. It is, while we work very hard to eliminate programs and redirect dollars in public education, it's really tough to do. Even if it serves 5 kids and is completely inefficient, we have a tough time letting go of things. So we have systematically, during some of our budget reduction pieces, worked through those things with schools and principals, and as you know, have made the brutal $60 million of cuts that we had to do, and I don't even want to think about those tonight, but we had to do some of that. But we weren't able to redirect those dollars. So this, again, unless a school, like unless you want to, unless we're giving up something else, eliminating something else to redirect dollars, the School for Young Men is going to be new dollars. The difference between the School for Young Men and the rest of like some of the new projects that we do, but also something that's slightly similar to Ann Richards, but at 5 times the rate, is that we have a private funder. We have an external funding entity that's willing to consider, I think Ann Richards started with $1 million, a donation of $1 million, and then the district had to pick up everything else. But in this case, it's upwards of $5 million, and because it is a generous funder, and they do have to give every year, it is possible that in the out years, with the right project request, that there would be more funders. We also, which is what the planning team said, they felt like because it was at the old Anderson High School, it's far more likely that we would be able to generate other resources. Now, can that run your budget? No, right? But we are funded by the types of students that we have. So we'll get dollars from the state, and we'll get those dollars based on weighted average daily attendance. But the two things combined is that $4.7 million helps us significantly with operational cost. So a lot of things that you typically would have to front load as a startup, you will not have to do in this design. That is different to District 1. But in this case, I think we have far more opportunity to consider a project without the burden of what typically comes with new program design. And Austin over the years has been really successful, and then we've had some dry years, and then we've been kind of successful applying for other grants and things of that sort. So, and over the last 2 years under the Office of Innovation and Development, we've been able to raise upwards of $50 million from different grants and things to support lots of different projects in AISD. And I'm sure you heard about all the investment in like McCallum and Lamar. We just got a $25,000 grant for comprehensive Keeling to do arts. So when we get big program designs going, I think we're really good at finding new resources. And I suspect some years will be great, others will be a little dry, but I think this one is a little different and certainly a better initial investment than Ann Richards was.
And so I'm sorry to do this to both you and Trustee Moya, but I do want to just approach the idea of, have we considered at all using this Moody Foundation grant in a District 1 school, combining the two proposals? I don't know, Trustee Bradley, how you feel about that, but having a school for young men in either Pierce or Garcia that would be first taking in the attendance zone of that area, and then maybe also open to outside young men.
First of all, I don't particularly feel that that's what the Moody Foundation is looking at. I believe that they actually want a program that is set up just like Ann Richards, which means that it would leave District 1 kids out.
Unless they qualify.
Unless they qualify. And if we were to look at Keeling and we were to look at Lawson and just do this aggregate of how many students are actually in those programs from District 1, you would probably see a deficiency with both of those programs being housed in District 1 and in the community. personally, I know for a fact that my community would not want to see another program, a co-location of a program that would be a magnet program in District 1. And just personally, I'm not going to say all of east of I-35 because I cannot speak for all of east of I-35, but I can speak for the people when the editorial came out on Monday were appalled. And I received a lot of phone calls on that. So I know that my community would not be amenable to having another school of that nature in District 1. It has not our children have not benefited from a program like that. There's no reason why you should have a high-performing academic program in one school, and then, on the other hand, you do not see the same thing. I have yet to understand it and how it can occur, but it has been occurring for years, so no, we don't want it.
Yeah, and I just want, Ms. Bradley was, certainly asked us to check in with the funder, like what's really the option. We did, and what she just described is true. I mean, they are interested in supporting a design that in many respects already has been, tested and vetted, and if implemented, again, with just a different sex, would still have the same fidelity of structure and design to get the kind of outcome that we're seeing. They think and that's not uncommon, that people want to do that. But we did ask, we said, so, well, what if there could be some kind of compromise? Is there something there? But I think at most, if I remember all this correctly, the discussion was, and I had it all scribbled out on a piece of paper, but basically, if it was absolutely essential for some reason, like, I don't know, they found that, ALC had disappeared with aliens or something, and that was no longer an option for us whatsoever, that if we were going to do something in another AISD site, that at most they would consider like, working with the existing kids until until each grade grew up. So like if you started with, you have 6, 7, 8. So by the time you got to 8th grade, all the kids that the boys could have stayed in the school and finished, that the new program would work with them with the goal of getting them on track, but you would not be receiving new kids along the way. Do you understand what I mean? So as those kids left and grew up and went on to high school, by the time they got to the 9th grade, they would still expect them to test into the rest of the program or go to another high school, but you would not be receiving any kids unless they met the criteria of the application process. So at most, it just buys you transition time, but it was not a permanent solution from the discussion.
You have something else? Do you have something else to add?
Were you through?
Go ahead.
No, my comment is this. When I suggested this model, I didn't look at whether girls learn differently from boys or boys learn differently from girls. That's not my interest. I don't really care. What I looked at is what was happening in the community, what was happening in the school, and what our children were not receiving. And what I saw was a need. I know that there are behaviors that are happening in the community that's spilling over into the school. And what I want to see are those distractions removed so that when a teacher's in a classroom, they can teach from bell to bell. And there are behaviors, and a lot of those behaviors manifest in middle schools, but some of those behaviors start in elementary, and they carry over into middle school. So the question for me was, how can we remove that so that when the kids are coming to school, their focus is strictly on academics? What could we do? I know I cannot go into the community and remove the drugs out of the community. I have no control of that. unless we can come up with a solution for poverty, I have no control for the socioeconomic status of the children that attend those schools. I have no control of that. But the only thing that I can think that I can do is put them in an environment that is conducive to teaching and learning. And I came up with that. And it's because I watched Chicago, the Chicago Urban Prep, the Eagle Academy in New York, and we were lucky enough to find the Grand Prairie ISD. And there's been several schools that I've researched, the ones that are in Houston. And the one thing that I did see, and there's no research that can refute that, for kids of color, that single-gender schools have a positive impact academically. And you're not going to find a piece of literature that will refute that. And if you can, please show it to me, because I overlooked it. And I have looked high and low. So we can talk about what the research says, but there's also things that the research does not say. And until you can show me something where the research says that it has no impact, positive impact on children, then as far as I'm concerned, this is the way to go. And I stand by it wholeheartedly.
So this is less of a question and more of a statement. I understand there was a survey done of families gauging interest in a young men's school, but I've never heard, without it being solicited in the community, people saying, I want this for my child. So I don't see a lot of interest for this. I think we are in a different economic situation now than we were when we started the Ann Richards School. I think under ideal circumstances, it might very well be worthwhile pursuing, but given our current economic environment, I think this is something that we really need to have if we're going to ask voters to approve it in a bond election. Because we're going to have things on that bond, in that bond election, that we really need to have. And we can't distinguish and say, well, you know, you really should vote for these, and these would be good, but these are the real important ones. We need to go, we need to support a bond package wholeheartedly, the whole package. And at this point, I don't feel that I'm there, at least.
Ms. Ellen.
Okay. I would, we're going back to the School for Young Men, right? You were talking the School for Young Men. I know we want to bring back what you said in the next conversation. Got a little off. So I just, I'm trying to find out what would be the downsides of taking this forward and truly asking voters. I mean, that's what I petitioned on through my whole campaign, was getting the voice of the people into our conversations and our decisions. So it seems like the voice of the voters would be the most important voice we could get. So I have heard things in the community. I have a son. There are lots of people with sons who find it inequitable, if you will, that they don't have an option, such as the Ann Richards School. I completely understand the financial implications. I would love to see the information about the Porter when that's available, but also the fact that we have the funder. What would be the downside of going forward and asking our voters?
Ms. Bradley. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you?
Is there a downside?
Oh, I mean, my job is to bring you the best, to try to make your will come alive, right? So, you know, I know that there's a lot of talk about perhaps changing some goals or priorities, but all I have as the administration is what's been approved. I don't get to, you know, I don't get to change those things. So what I think is, you know, is there a downside? I don't see one, you know, meaning from the perspective of letting the voters consider it, given that y'all don't know what your bond, you haven't heard from your bond people. You don't know what the scope is. We haven't seen what the potential propositions might be. So I think more, I guess I challenge you to think about, is it worth it? And you can pass, is it worth it to cut it off now when you haven't had the full benefit of all the rest of it playing out just a little bit more? The second thing is, you can always pass something, and what I said, if you remember, God, I can't remember if y'all were on the board yet, so I can't wait till the new year, then I know you've been here. What I said about, when we talked about the other 6, there were 2 that did not have M&O implications. You know, I think it was, it was Travis Heights, and what was the other one? Any given, no, that one costs a fortune.
The,
Which one?
the responsive ed?
Yeah, responsive ed, because it's already going, we've already done our startup stuff. So you kind of have 2 that, but you can pass things, and what I say is that you should absolutely say, if you're going to consider it, it's contingent on, passing a bond, and it's contingent on us having enough M&O to be able to do it, so that people don't get all excited like it's a done deal. And at least I know what the rules of the game are around trying to make it happen. So my job becomes a lot easier for me to do for you. I got to do our part to get the bond people informed, and then let them go do what they feel like they need to do without us saying anything. And then I have to still, work on the budget, get you a preliminary budget that shows all these things in it, let you see. You're going to have to debate what you think needs to say, what needs to go. And at the end of the day, you might say, if it passes, then we need a new permanent funding stream for this. And if it's not considered as part of a tax ratification election or a big grant from the state that's a multi-year thing until it gets off its ground, or if you can't show that basically it can sustain itself, then it's a no-go. I mean, there's a lot of other things you can put on it. You just got to tell me what it is. But, allowing those steps to happen, if for some of the reservations I've heard, perhaps you should put contingencies on it.
Time check.
Thank you, sir. I apologize, Ms. Allen. You have to tell me when it's not a rhetorical question versus a question that you want answered. I'm learning too. Any other questions before I move on? Okay. Ms. Bradley, and then Ms. Okay, Ms. Barksdale, and then Ms. Bradley.
I have a couple of questions. The first is, I think the Moody Foundation work predated my time on the board. So I was wondering if you guys can recall, Mr. President and the superintendent, if the board at that time contemplated a location for a new school, essentially, or as the superintendent said, our enterprise is limited. So just, for the record, whenever we're talking about new programming, we are talking about either co-location or a school building that currently exists. So at the time, there was no contemplation for
No,
where
it was
this
merely
might be.
go and explore this option with the potential funder without any, let's find out what they are interested in and what they might be willing to provide. But there was no, we're going to do this for this school or this location. There was,
Right. And then what are the boundaries of the relationship with the Moody Foundation? How long do we have to kind of move off of this or on it or make a decision or move forward? Because I hear what you're saying, Dr. Christopherson, about cutting off options. If it's something, if conceptually it's viable, do you want to cut off options now? Or, to kind of take this to the voters? I want to proceed if there is not board will on something like this, on, engaging district's time, community input. If we know there isn't board will on something like this, and there have been reservations expressed, but and I must say it is difficult to untether, because it is a concept of single gender education that I still find intriguing, to untether this from the District 1 proposals, not in the way that, as we're talking about with co-location, and one school you kind of get into, one you don't. But if there is a program in District 1 that has high academic standards, is meeting the needs of District 1 students, it could be open for transfers, perhaps not supported by a Moody Foundation model, but open for transfers from young men from around the city. And then we have fulfilled sort of a parity situation with people seeking a single gender education for their children that isn't exactly the same model as open enrollment as A and Richards, but fulfills the needs of District 1 first, and then is also open enrollment, just like our other transfer schools are, because there are high-quality academics that meet the needs of young men from around the city. So again, difficult for me to untether them because conceptually it is the same thing. But I do find, I am pressed to, in this economic environment, support 2 single-gender schools for young men or young women, especially when bonding is involved. And I do think, I mean, to your point, though, sure, we could ask the voters, but I think the board owes the community some leadership, or the voters some leadership in terms of, with our priorities and everything we need to accomplish with a bond and a TRE, is Austin at the point now where it wants to propose to have 2 single-gender schools. So I could be more definitive. I need to think a little bit more, but that's how I'm having difficulty untethering those and wanting to just say out loud when we are talking about new academic programs, because like you said, our enterprise is limited. We're talking about a school building when it comes down to it.
Rhetorical question. Just
Strictly commentary, just to provide the administration with some very
Input.
gray
Thank you.
direction.
Thank you.
I had a
Ms.
clarifying question. That's okay. I'll sit in the gray. I'll sit in the gray.
Okay. Ms. Tice.
Thank you, President Torres. There we go. Hey, the stack. I still have some reservations about a single-gender school, period. There is research that, and I have to go with that research too, that shows that it's not going to make a huge amount of difference in the learning, that there's not a lot of learning differences in males or females, and that it could lead to some gender stereotypes. So I have a concern about that. I also understand the need for equity, parity, since we have an all-girls school, and I'd like to have a little clarification about Title IX implications that Trustee Schneider raised. I mean, if we have one, you know, could we open ourselves to complaints because we don't have the other? But I do want to go back to the idea of if you're going to have a quality school, I don't think it resides in single-genderedness. I think it resides in the leadership of the principal and the staff that principal chooses, and the discipline that whole administrative staff and educational staff promotes in that school. So I don't think it resides in the fact that there's one gender in that school. So I just want to raise that concern and that reservation about single-gender schools completely. But I'm also interested in the Title IX implications and in being fair.
Dr. Stark, do you want to address the Title IX issues, or do you have?
I think, Mr. President, trustees of the board, trustees Tice, I know the board has discussed this with legal back and forth over the years. Certainly, when y'all were opening the Ann Richards School, that was a far harder, program launch than what we're talking about today, because we already have one, and because you have choice in AISD, I mean, you can transfer, people by and large are able to have their transfers, and you have other viable co-ed settings, but we have not, at least, from the guidance from legal counsel since I've been here, that it's not a Title IX issue. I mean, we have not, that has not raised it, but that isn't to say that, you have to have a lawsuit to try to do something that feels more right for our community, so it, and I haven't heard the boys' school talked about in that way. People don't come like, we better have a boys' school because we have a girls' school. It's more of, really, it's like, it's the parent that's saying, it's a culture and it's an environment around, they talk about things like brotherhood. They talk about things like helping them be focused at a very psychosocial time period in their life in middle school where they need more settled, focused guidance, which can happen in a co-ed environment. But when parents talk about options and a portfolio of options, they don't talk about them in terms of, we want a lot of great principals and a lot of great teachers, and that's good enough. They say things like, we want a school that's focused on the arts. We want a school that, has STEM, or, in the case of early college, high school, early college start. I mean, really, the difference between what you're talking about, the school for young men, and what happens at elementary, where I feel like it's you can go with what you described, like strong principal, it's in my neighborhood, I can walk to school, I love my teachers, and on the weekends we go play in the playground, and it's really great. Secondary, and then you did middle school, right? Yeah, so you know what I mean. I mean, it's like parents talk about choices. They're like, well, I love my neighborhood school. It's a great school. I don't have anything against my school, but I really want my kid to have, you know, the experience that I heard is going on at Lamar or, you know, Mendez. I mean, it's just, you hear a lot of different, just the choice thing starts becoming more relevant. At high school, I just think you have to give it up. I mean, they won't, high school has a whole different, it's like it's going to make and break college and their opportunities. I want comprehensive or I don't. I want this chess program, or, you know, I want my kid to be on Quiz Bowl, but not every school has it. I mean, this is where choice gets even more heated. So I think as a 6 through 12 design, I can see it making more sense about the program, also the teachers and the principal and the leadership that you have to have for every program to be successful. But having that very specific program seems to be much more of a driver at secondary. We get a lot of push on giving parents more choice at that level.
Okay, please.
I just wanted clarification. Trustee Barksdale, you mentioned this option potentially for District 1 school with rich academic supports and programs that potentially could be open to transfers after servicing the neighborhood. And I just wanted to hear from you, Trustee Bradley, is that something that you are supportive of, or is that just like what I mentioned before?
No. I'm very supportive of that. I never thought that it would just be District 1 students alone. I mean, because there's no way, no, it couldn't. Both schools are under-enrolled. So, you know, even if you would, you know, you split it by boys and girls, you're still going to have an under-enrolled campus. So you could not have a rich option of offerings. And the one thing that I'm looking at is that in our schools, we do not educate the whole child. Some schools only have one elective, while you may have an O. Henry or a Murchison that has a rich portfolio of electives, whereas some of ours don't. Now, I heard someone talk about an inefficiency. It's inefficient financially. Well, what's inefficient to me is a lack of a return on our investment academically. To me, it's not fair to send a child to school and double block them out of everything, and then really expect for them to want to wake up the next day and want to come into that building. I think that's unfair. I believe that if we have this school, that we can educate the whole child, that we can put in programs, leadership programs, so that our boys can see that there is a rich offering out there in America. But you have to put forth the effort to get there. Same way for our girls. I know that we have someone in the audience that's very concerned with teen parenting programs. Well, see, personally, I want to do away with teen parenting programs, not to the fact that they won't have them, but because we won't need them. And I believe we can get there with a single-gender school for girls, because I believe that there are conversations that you can have with boys that you can't have with girls, and there's conversation with girls that you can't have with boys. But to answer your question, absolutely, I do believe that if we have that school, you would have to open it up to the entire city, and that brings forth diversity, which right now those schools are not. So I'm all for that.
I'm going to, did you have a question, sir? Please.
So I'm hesitant to move forward with this, but I have 5 questions or 5 concerns which could perhaps be phrased as questions, and that might persuade me to be in on something like this. One question or concern would be how long it is that $5 million lasts. What is the burn rate for $5 million for a project like this? That is to say, it sounds like a lot of money, but at the same time, doesn't sound like a lot of money. Number two is a question of location. We were provided a very wonderful map showing where it is that people who might be interested in a boys' school come from. What we're seeing, though, is we're hearing a proposal that places the location for it in 78702, which is far from the location of that. So simply raising the concern of where this school might be located because people will be traveling to it. Number three, Dr. Kostarfin asked, can we clearly say what is our will as a board? My question is, what is our will as a board? In the absence of that, it seems that we need to be discussing priorities. I'm sure that we have a retreat coming up to discuss this. In the meantime, I am tempted to suggest that this is one AAFR that is delayed for simply 1 year while to give us time to get through this legislative session, to decide what our priorities are, to see what the implications of the bond election are. I'm not, if this is a go and we pull the trigger for 2013, this is December already. We have 8 months to renovate facilities, have a program in place, and start. And finally, I simply would raise the question, it seems that on our agenda is the discussion of a decision made by our former board 50 weeks ago in this room. The question that I would have is, what did we learn? It seemed that that was a decision that was perceived to be rushed. It was a decision that was perceived by the community to be made in a manner that was top-down. It just seems that we, as a board, need to take seriously the learnings of the past and make an informed decision from there. Thank you.
Okay. If you want to.
Yeah, so Paul, the grant is for, was it 5 years? Okay, so, I'm sorry. The grant itself is, and I got some of them, like I heard burn rate and some other things, so if you could just tee me up again. It's for 5 years, and it's for about $1 million a year, depending on what we're doing. But because, and just to be clear, we open schools all the time. AISD has a very good record of being able to open schools and open programs, and they open on time and things are done. So it's not making a decision in December as far as us, ramping up to be able to do what we need to do to initiate the program. And I made sure I explained this to the funder. Much like Ann Richards, all things will not be able to happen at once when you open. Unless you're really building a school brand new, a Baldwin, a Goriski, right? By and large, you've got things that you're going to still have to renovate, things you're going to have to install. So we're, even when, everybody else is sleeping, we're still working. And we're still trying to figure out if A is decided, what do we need to have in place? If y'all go down decision road tree B, we go, what does that look like? So we have a good sense of, which is what you'll see in the next agenda, the next agenda item. We have a thing called bond contingency. So if you make a decision about something, we can set aside dollars from another bucket to be able for us to get started, to be able to move things along, so there could be a potential launch date of 13-14. Or, we could decide to work on, like we did for District 1, you can make a decision and the implementation date. We did this for early college, high school, early college start. The board made the decision in June, but gave the administration a year and a half before we did our actual launch date of, full implementation, so we could work out details with ACC and some other things and continue to fundraise. So it's not as if, craziness unfolds and, and we have to do everything at once. We have a really good project planning effort that goes underway so that no matter what we're doing, everything opens up on time and it's really ready for kids. Now, somebody asked a question about the Moody money itself. Now, it can't be, suspended forever. They have obligations as a 501c3 as well. If any of you have ever worked with other nonprofits, when you have to give away your money and your grantees have to spend it down for them to be able to stay in good form with their federal requirements and things of that sort. So if we were to make any changes, right, we'd have to go back and explain that to the foundation, and they would have, of course, the option of saying that suits us, or you've spent down as much money as you can, and we're going to have to redirect those dollars so we can get someone else to spend it. because they have to give it away. And I had that, the burn rate, the program implementation. Was there anything else? Excuse me. That was.
So do we have a price tag for the project? Have we seen this?
Yes,
Okay.
you do have it. It's in here. If it's a K through, 6 through 12 school, and remember, the design for implementation is very similar to Ann Richards. So you're not opening 6 through 12 across the board. You're starting with is it? Yeah, 6 and 7, 2 grades, and then growing 1 grade on top. So it starts off smaller with, I think it's like $3 million for operational purposes, I think. Is anybody looking at it? And then, but for the actual bond work, that's where over time it's going to cost upwards of, and I think the last number we saw really was about 22 million. But, give or take, depending on the economy and what things cost and what the bids are. So if you do it all there, that's what we're really looking at. And then you can, you can figure out from there basically how much you really need to bring it in. That's a far more manageable cost design than what we typically do, which is we open all grade levels at one time with several hundred kids, and we have to be ready to roll, and everything has to be working, and all the kids are coming through the front door at the same time. But this will be a bit of a slow grow, and it'll take 6 years-ish to really get it completely built out.
Okay, I'm going to, if I can, try to draw this to a close so that we have time to talk about the other item on this half of this item. The first thing I want to say is, at a point in time which some of you will remember, I said that it was important that we slow some things down and try and focus on a few things and do some things very well. And I think one of the things that we as a board need to come together is that we carefully identify what are those things that we really want to get behind and be successful with. And I think those things really focus around two things: the need, and as Ms. Bradley will always say, what's best for the children. So what I'm sensing right now is that for this particular item, for it to be successful, the timing maybe isn't right at the moment. I think we would need to have strong support by the trustees. I'm sensing this 5-4, 4-5. That's not strong support. That doesn't send a good signal to the funder. Doesn't mean it isn't an excellent opportunity. My God, there are people that would die for that kind of money. But we also have to be honest with ourselves and suggest that maybe the timing isn't right because we need to be looking at M&O down the road. We need to be looking at the fact that we do have some new trustees, and we need to have everybody feel comfortable about what we're doing. So I'm going to suggest that this is one that we should probably defer for a bit, perhaps a year, maybe for some other reasonable period of time. I recognize that the funder may not be there, but I'd much rather have that than the embarrassment of a 5-4 vote, and then we keep going down the road with these partial board support rather than enthusiastic board support on any of the items that we have. So I'm going to suggest that what I'm hearing from this board right now is not strong enough support to recommend that this board would suggest to you, Superintendent, that we move forward with this at this time, if that's the guidance that you're looking for.
I just want to check for understanding. On your action meeting for December 17th, this is not coming for action with this board.
That's what I would suggest.
Okay, done.
Okay, so and now I'd like to move to the other item, which I think is one of need, is one that we have a problem that we have been, for the longest time, trying to solve, and that's the single-gender school at Pierce and/or Garcia, or both. So with that, I'll open up the floor for discussion on that item.
Time check, 22 minutes.
I'm sorry?
22 minutes.
22 minutes. Okay. Who wants to go first? Ms. Bradley, I see your hand up.
It's 7:47.
I'm not sure if I can add any more than what I've said. I see the need for both schools, not one, for both. Not for single-sex classroom in the school, but for a girls' school and a boys' school. And mainly to help alleviate some of the challenges that spill over from the community into the school. District 1 is an interesting community. We have gentrification in the 02 zip code, which Pearson Garcia is not in 02, it's in 23. And we have gentrification that's moving in. So we have different income levels in those communities. When you look at Pierce and Garcia, you have a high population of poverty in both of those schools. And there are all kinds of issues that, in my opinion, the city should address, but has not. Therefore, we must. And I really believe, and I will die believing this, that this can be the game changer that changes the face of education in those communities. I honestly believe that, and I will die believing that. And I believe that we owe it to the children in that community to do something differently and to do something bold. Because what we have been doing has not worked. And I do agree with Ms. Teich that you have to have an effective leader, and you have to have a good leader, and you have to have the teachers, which is one of the reasons I wanted to, and this, with the superintendent, is that we would wait a year so that you had that year to plan, and you had that year to find the right leadership, and you had the year to hire the right staff, because that will be what will change the face of education. And I do believe just creating those leadership programs and quality electives, you know, just educating the whole child, I really believe can make a difference. I really do.
So the only thing that I can draw from any information or experience that I have on this is the Ann Richards School. And keep in mind that you know, the sixth grade classes for that school consist of 75% Title I, right? Is it 75? Yeah, 75%. Now, it's going to change over time, you know, as kids decide whether they want to stay or not. And so the sixth grade classes have a large population of low-income minority students. And what you see is girls enjoying school, really enjoying school. And, you know, at first there was a lot of grumbling about the standardized dress. Well, they don't grumble so much anymore about the standardized dress. And because the girls weren't used to it. And so now they do all these awesome things. You know, they cheer for each other and they congratulate each other. And now, of course, it's 6 through 12. It's a full school, and they embrace each other, and they talk about some really interesting things. And one of the things that the girls have often told me is when I ask them, why'd you decide to come here, or why'd you want to apply, they'll say, because I don't want the distractions. I just want to concentrate on school. And when you talk to some of those girls, there's a young woman who started there in 6th grade who's now a senior, and she was their student council president, I think, in their 6th or 7th grade year. And she's becoming an amazing public speaker. And when she first got to school there, you would push her to the mic, and, you know, she was pulling back, and you're pushing her up there saying, you got to say these things. And so I think that the single gender environment works, you know, for a lot of people. It may not work for everyone. But again, there's going to be folks, students, who are going to learn better in that environment. It's just like there are those that learn better in a small environment. And so so based on what I've observed with Ann Richards, I really do believe that a single gender environment does work and can work. Now, you know, is it the best for that, you know, those two attendance zones? Quite possibly. You know, I don't see this as an experiment. I don't see this as treating the community as guinea pigs. I I think that Ms. Bradley's right, that there are so many things going on in that community. Those children come to school and they are not ready to learn. And the burden of social services has fallen on public schools. It's happened across the country, so it's not just us. But I do believe that we have to do something drastically different, to use your word, bold. I think we've got to make sure that we provide for those children to learn. And if removing some of those distractions is going to help them, then I'm all for removing them. I'm not sure that having the core classes single gender and all the electives being co-ed is removing enough of the distraction. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. But I'm not convinced that it is. But I do know that the Ann Richards School is successful. I do know that it's a model, even though, this school wouldn't have the same kind of application process, but I do know that it is a proven model and it works for girls. And so if we can share that kind of educational experience and learning experience and self-esteem building and confidence building for young women, for more young women, I'm all for it. Because there are so many young women that don't get in that are so sad and so heartbroken, and their mom and dad are just as heartbroken as they are because they didn't get in. So the notion of these schools, still being under-enrolled, even if you combine the attendance zones, and there would be room for folks from, families from across the district to choose to transfer in and send their children to that kind of an educational environment, I think is a perfect opportunity for so many families across the district. And as we know, choice is a big thing these days, and families and students are looking for choices. And so I'm all for it if it's the will of the board. I think it'd be very, very good for that community, and the unintended consequence would be it'd be very good for other parts of the community who could send their children there too.
Ms. Barksdale and then Ms. Tice.
I'll start with just a short question. The kids that didn't go to Pierce Garcia, where would they go? If they chose not to stay there.
Mr. President, trustees of the board, trustee Barksdale, we do an analysis of available space in the surrounding nearest schools, and in the actual fact sheet, we outline the ones that up until just this year, but we'd have to go back and fix them. And I know I'd have them step out and do something else for us, but does anybody know where it was? Thanks. And can you, here it is, Dobie, Martin, Lamar, or Webb. Right now, those are the assignment areas where we've done the analysis, and there would be space, but depending on where a kid actually physically lived, we'd look at each individual kid and where they were and what was the best, direction to send them in.
Ms. Tice.
I agree with Trustee Bradley that something very radical needs to happen in Pearson Garcia. I would still argue that the co-ed experience is probably the best, in addition to the strong leadership from the principal and the instructional staff, and that needs to be chosen carefully. Why not implement the signature programs that have been described, the leadership programs, the things that would attract people to these schools, students and parents to these schools? I'd love to see them in these schools. I'd love to see them in all the schools where there is under-enrollment and where kids are not getting the kind of education that perhaps they would get if they went to, like a school of choice. And Ann Richards is a school of choice, and it's going to be more successful, in my opinion, than a school where everyone goes because they're zoned there for that particular attendance zone. So I would still argue that the co-ed experience is probably the best experience, but we need to address the leadership, the instructional staff, the training of that staff, and we need to address the programs that are at that school. Leadership programs are good for everybody. And I would love to see more of those in our schools, particularly schools in District 1. District 3 also, we have some of the same issues in District 3 with high poverty rates and factors that affect our students outside of school. And we also need to address community issues, too. The school can't handle everything itself. So I just wanted to lay that on the table.
Ms. Bradley, Dr. Mathias.
Just real quickly, you can't compare Ann Richards to anything with these two schools, because first of all, Ann Richards cherry pick, and there's just no ifs, ands, and buts about it. You have to meet a criteria before you get in. So of course it's going to be successful, and it should be successful, and it should be exemplary every year. And at the point that it is not, then we really need to look at it, because they pick and choose who can come. But you have to be chosen to go into the lottery. So let's be fair here, and let's look at this the way it should be looked at. We're talking about a school to meet the needs of the kids in that community and kids throughout this city, because there are a lot of kids that have the same needs. So I don't want to see this school compared with Ann Richards by no stretch of the imagination, except with the quality of academics. That's it.
Dr. Mathias.
This is a program that I think that I could support. One, what I'm hearing is that this is not one that we're rushing. This would open in 2014. It gives us 20 months to continue the conversation. The one caution that I have is the destruction of neighborhood schools. That is to say, what we heard on the campaign trail so often is that when we destroy a school, we destroy a community. So I'm just extremely sensitive about that issue. If there's community support, though, I certainly would want to support it. I hesitate. The last community meeting that I went to on this issue on November the 17th at Pierce, there were 3 parent groups. And of the when the 3 parent groups were asked to discuss 3 possible scenarios, and scenario number 1 was a boys' school and a girls' school. And when I believe it was the second parent group reported out, what the gentleman said was, the only good thing we see in scenario 1 as parents is that it's scenario 1. That, to me, we just have to, we would want to be clear that the community wants what it is that we believe it wants.
First of all, the gentleman that reported out was not a parent, and also at that meeting, there were a lot of members, a lot of people there that were not of the community. If you would look at the planning committee and any meeting that has gone on after that, the one thing that I have just really harbored on is the fact that you make sure that we are addressing the people who will be impacted the most, and it is the families of the feeder pattern of that school, and that's just the bottom line.
Anyone else? Ms. Hinojosa?
I think it was during the summer months, many of us attended a community meeting on this issue. I think it was at LBJ. And I submitted this question like 5 minutes before this meeting, so I understand that there's not an answer to this. But one question I had, there was a clicker question at that community meeting. There were probably about 150 people. It was a well-attended meeting. This was the one at LBJ this summer. The town hall. There was a clicker question that asked where people were from, and I couldn't really read the responses from where I was sitting at that meeting, but I know that information exists because we asked it. Do you by chance have that information?
We asked it, we showed it in real time there, and then once we're done, I mean, it's either left on the laptops or it's gone. But it's either, I mean, I think when I asked specifically about it, I think that one was not saved, but we have the whole thing taped.
Oh.
We were there. I mean, I was there. We tape our meetings. So I asked Oscar right before we started the meeting. He's not sure. He didn't believe that we had taped the actual screens so you could see it. But when we do them, sometimes we just do them right there so people can see them. But I don't have that one, but I have all the other ones.
My sense from that meeting was there were a lot of people from within that theater pattern who were there. I could be wrong, that's why I wanted to know the answer. And my sense from that meeting was probably it was probably the most well-attended of the meetings that we had on this issue. That's That's the reason for my question, because I do think it's important that this is not something that where we leave so many people feeling unhappy about now not having the choice of their neighborhood school. So at this point, it would be hard for me to support both schools being single-gender schools from my experience in the community on this issue.
Mr. Snyder? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure who's running things here.
Mr. Snyder?
Time check, 5 minutes.
Oh, I'd love to kill that. Dr. Christopherson, my comments are basically going to be very similar to what I've made before on this issue. I mean, this one, to me, has many of the same attributes as the School for Young Men in terms of why we should or should not go forward with it. The point for me, and I apologize if this seems crass, but Ms. Bradley, I do agree with your analysis of the needs of the community. It's just that I'm having a real hard time getting to the place where I think it's the school district that needs to address those needs versus city or county stepping in to do what needs to get done in that area. You know, and I don't profess to be anywhere near competent in terms of, you know, describing what I think the solution should be for the area. You know, I recently submitted a question, Dr. Christopherson, through you on, you know, what is the city doing? What is the county doing in terms of identifying address needs through the connecting the dots stuff? And, you know, I realize that somewhat vague question and might be a little bit hard to get to the real bottom line answers. But again, I'm just having a whole lot of difficulty getting to that place where this is something the school district needs to address versus the city or county stepping in to do what needs to get done. And it's even harder for me in knowing that the city and county have the ability to raise taxes, generate funds, to do whatever else needs to get done. We don't. I mean, we're actually taking hits on the amount of money that we're getting. We're not able to do some of the things that they could be doing, but for whatever reason, they're not. And, you know, it's just a very, very difficult place for me to get to say that this is a problem that the school district needs to address versus the city or the county providing the adequate community supports to do what needs to get done. Another very big issue I have is just, you know, Dr. Christopherson, you touched on efficiency issues in schools, and I realize we were surveying students, I realize we were surveying parents, but the response has just been, at least to my perception, overwhelmingly that community does not want this in those particular schools. I'm kind of at a spot where Ms. Hinojosa is, I think, where if we were talking about one school, this might be something that I'd be a little bit more interested in exploring. But to take two schools and then not only have to deal with, at least my perception again, a lack of community support for it, but how would we send kids that don't want to go to either school to places, and knowing that we have some very severe capacity issues in some of the schools that are beyond those that I think we need to be talking about in terms of providing relief through boundary adjustments and some other things. It's just going to be real difficult for me to support this in any way at this time.
Ms. Bradley and then Ms. Ellens. And then Ms. White.
To use Trustee Mathias's terms, you know, what did we learn? And on the campaign trail, the really scary thing is that it is an opt-out. That seems very forced on a community, and now that the School for Young Men might not be going there, it is our only option, which I do think is worth looking into. But it is I'm wondering if there's any way to get this without doing an attendance zone specific, and I think it'd be worth looking into. I can't come up with anything off the top of my head right now, but that's a really hard thing for any of us that we're campaigning to probably get past. The other question I had was how are we going to get that real community input? And one of the other AFRs that we're not discussing, but it's a really great model on getting that direct community input. And I would think if we're moving forward on this, we really have to change what we're doing. A community meeting or something we've been doing right now isn't getting to the voices of our schools and our parents that are there right now, or the elementary schools parents that would be choosing it or not choosing it moving forward. So I would want some sort of plan moving forward on how to really get that voice.
Ms. Bradley and then Ms. Moya, and then Dr. Mathias.
First, I would ask, how do you know that that's not happening? Because one of the things that I do know is that that all schools and that vertical team are engaged, or at least that's what I've been told. The other thing is, regardless to what the city or the county is or is not doing, it is still our responsibility to educate kids, and we cannot abdicate on that. So my thing is this: if this is not the way, then somebody better step up and tell me what is. And that's just the bottom line. Because right now, opting out, we have kids opting out every day. If you think every kid in the Garcia vertical team is going to Garcia, you are so wrong. Let me tell you, this is what bothers me more than anything else. And so, okay, the hairs on the back of my neck have just risen because I have just about had it when it comes to us talking about the education of kids, especially as we look at the education of children of color. We had, when I first got on the board, the population of African-American students were about, I think it was right around 10%. It may have been about 11%. Yeah, I think you're right. It's about 12%. I think we're down to, what, 7 to 6%? Not one person asked, where did those children go? Not one person. I don't even think we did a study on where those children went. But I can tell you, if you go to Texas Empowerment Academy, I bet you can find them. But nobody asked where those children, because you know why? Nobody cared. Nobody cared. At some point, we have to care what happens with children. District 1, most of the Latino students, is once they hit 5th grade, their parents are already looking at KIPP and any other charter school that's around there so they can get their children there, because they do not want their children to go to Garcia. I was even told that one of the principals even said that they tell their parents not to send their kids to Garcia, to look for another school. I was told that. So you better believe I'm looking for something that keep our children here and educate them well. And I came up, this was my suggestion. So if you don't want it, step up and tell me what works. Step up and tell me what we do. But we do not do nothing.
Please, Ms. Allen.
I really didn't mean to suggest that you're not hearing from the community. I'm suggesting we haven't heard from the community. When we got the surveys from the community meetings and it's 50-50, and to your words just a minute ago, the people responding weren't parents, that was my concern, is that how do we get the voice from your community? And maybe that's what you just gave me. So,
Ms. Moya and Dr. Mathias.
A couple of things. And I'm reacting to Mr. Schneider's comments, and I'm sorry he's not here. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. We as a school district are graded on the academic performance of our students. The city is not, county is not, state isn't, you know. I mean, they're not funded by the academic performance of their students, nor are those other governmental entities trashed in the media like school districts are. I'm not talking about just Austin. I'm talking statewide. That's what happens if you have underperforming schools and children who are having difficulty passing these standardized tests. So these children are coming to school with social issues, whether it be poverty, whether it be hunger, whether it be health, whether it be dental, whatever it is, whether it be fear, whatever it is. We have a responsibility to find a way to help those children so that they can learn, so that they can be successful. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's unfortunate that the city can raise their taxes all they want, the county can raise their taxes all they want, and nobody has anything to say about it. We don't have that luxury, but we also don't have the luxury to say, not my job. We do not have that luxury. The Latino students and the African American students in this school district deserve every opportunity to learn. What we see in some of these meetings is that people who are not in those neighborhoods or in those communities come to the meeting because it's something they've never heard of, they're uncomfortable with it, they don't want to give any more money to the poor people of Travis County because there's nothing in it for them. I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons why people don't want to invest in education. And it's not just because, it's not just because they're a bunch of racists, or because they're poor. It's because they don't want to give to somebody else because they're not getting anything because there's too much coming out of their pocket. I don't know. I mean, I can think of a bunch of reasons. So when we have these meetings and there are people there who don't have children in the community, who don't live in the community, yet they are the voice of the community, then that troubles me. If you have 75 people at a meeting and the ones from the community who live there may not be for that program, whatever it is, but yet there's several hundred or several thousand more who we haven't heard from, does that mean that 25 or that 75 are speaking for all 7,000? Not necessarily. So Amber, yes, we probably do need to find a better way to get the whole picture from everyone, but please remember that there are going to be a lot of people in our community, adults, who are going to be very nervous about coming to a meeting for a lot of different reasons, okay? And they're just going to be scared. Somebody may have told them that there's going to be a green bus sitting outside and that it's going to pick them up. Who knows? Because, we know things like that do happen. Maybe not here, but maybe in other parts of the state or the country. So you need to understand that there are going to be a lot of things happening outside of our control that where we may not get everyone to give us their opinion. But the bottom line is, what's in the best interest for the children? Because they're the ones who are in school. They're the ones who we're responsible for. And so, y'all take this however you wish. Y'all make it whatever decision you want to make. As a board, we'll decide. But I don't think that we can continue to say, now it's a new board, and now I don't think I want to do this. Because we still have children we have to educate. And the issues in Northeast Austin are just the same as they are in Southeast Austin, as in South Central Austin, as in North Central Austin. You're talking about 4 single-member districts that have a lot of the same demographics with a lot of the same academic challenges. And we have got to resolve them. We cannot sit around here and keep talking about it for 1 year, postpone it for another year. Then we postpone it for another year, and then we postpone it for another year. This is why people get upset with Austin ISD. Because we take forever to make a decision. And then, if we've got to be bold. Education is not like it was anymore. Sit and listen to what's going on in some of my TASB meetings when we're talking about the education across the state and what we need to do across the state. So we've got to make a decision. I realize we have 4 new members of the board, and you have a learning curve. And we're all willing to help you as much as we can. But let me tell you, everything you heard on the campaign trail wasn't from every single member of every single community to tell you exactly what they want. And that's what we have to remember. So remember that there is a large population that we haven't heard from. And you need to take that into consideration as well. So I'm going to have to decide. I'm going to sit here and give as many kudos to Ms. Bradley for what she said, because she's absolutely right. If the board decides not to do this, fine. Then step up to the plate and get something done, because I'm not going to sit here for another 2 years and fiddle fart around with stuff. Pardon my French, but Lori Moya's getting upset. So, we need to get something done, we have to do something for these children, and we need to put all the adult stuff aside and put the constituents that matter first, our children. I'm done.
Dr. Mathias, and then Ms. Barksdale.
Time check, we're 10 minutes over.
Thank you.
Let's do it then.
Okay.
What I'm hearing is, I'm looking at the statistics that we have. Pierce has been unacceptable for 6 of the past 7 years. Garcia has been unacceptable for 3 of the past 4 years that it's been open. It's time for us as a board to talk about this. What I fear, though, is that one idea is being pushed on us. What I'm proposing is that we start the conversation anew. Don't know when that would be, but it seems that we as a board need to be wrapping our minds around this issue because it affects not only those 2 schools, but so many other underperforming and/or unacceptable schools, particularly in districts 1 and 2.
Ms. Barksdale.
Thank you. I think we've heard from the superintendent in years past when AAFRs have come up that the schedule that we're on allows for typically votes, approvals to move forward on particular AAFRs with enough time to implement and at least in the following school year, a 2-year cycle now. So this would be in 14. I'm wondering if, and just my synthesis of the feedback we're hearing now, and just in terms of kudos, this oncoming board has shown a great deal of willingness to dive very deep into the information that's provided to us and be very detail-oriented in their review of it. Is there some opportunity, given that if we are on a 2-year schedule, we're talking about implementation in 2014, of taking time at a retreat to discuss this issue, to dive a little deeper, answer questions that you guys may have, just so we have a complete review of where we are on this AAFR. I don't want to put the administration in a bind, but I'm also just looking toward not truncating conversation on it when there's been so much engagement, information shared around this that I don't think that, in 2 weeks you can kind of take it all in. So is there opportunity to visit this in a retreat setting where we're responding less to advocacy around this table and more to, kind of what's on paper and how we've gotten where we are?
Well, we certainly can
If there's time.
spend time at a retreat. The issue on the table, though, is the decision that we need to make in December. And so,
Well-
I just want to be clear on what the
Right.
request is here.
That's my question, I guess, if I can put a fine point on it. Is it a decision we need to make in December? I agree with Trustee Moya. We can sometimes, kind of drag things out, but I don't think this is one of those things where that's happening, given the work that Trustee Bradley has done.
Right.
But is this one of those things where we have to make a decision in December? Or can we push it to January, at least, just to have a retreat under our belts to discuss it? Because
Well-
so much work has been done.
Right now, the retreat dates are such that if we had the discussion, say in January, we may not make this decision until February, just
Okay.
based on the timing.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm getting at, it's just timing.
Does it affect the timing?
Well, I mean, after it was delayed last year,
Yeah.
this time, for a year of vetting, the response was to push out the potential implementation date to 14/15. So, it's my lesson in us implementing programs with fidelity. The sooner you make a decision, the better we can post for positions and everything else. I would just say the heart of your issue here is that you want to meet preliminary budget timelines so that you can have all your money lined up for all the decisions that you're going to be making at the end of February, right? So this is why we do all the AFRs in December.
Yeah.
It takes us a lot of time to go through every single detail, so we give you the right kinds of projections. And this is one of many projects that we have to consider and sort out. Second thing is if you have anything that you're doing that, requires, without a decision, it's hard to go through and say this program is going to take us this long to do PD and everything else, but professional development is essential. And hiring the leadership and the teachers, the springtime is the time to find your talent. And I would say, which is what we were going to do if we were doing the School for Young Men, part of that money, which is what he front-loaded on, was we were buying the talent on the front end and paying for it with that grant, so that you could get all the best people you wanted, right, without having to lose money in the budget. But if you want to really hire people, which is what we talked about extensively, even before Ms. Teich was on the board, but I'm just saying, we talked about extensively, was getting the staffing right and hiring early enough and making sure everybody knows what we're doing. So the board can do whatever it wants. I mean, we'll put it in where we can as an administration. It'll be as good as you give me the time to do it. So we run up against the wire, you get what you get. I mean, that's why we really try to make the decisions early enough. So the idea was decision in December, you have a full year to work all that stuff out, and then you've got that half year left where you can launch for the fall in a very tight, well-done way.
Yeah.
And that's what it took for LBJ and Reagan. For schools like this, it takes a lot of extra heavy lifting to do implementation right. And even with that extra time, if y'all remember, it was heavy lifting to get all that stuff figured out with our key partner, ACC, and the Texas, they're not high school project anymore. What's it called? Yeah, what's it called? Educate Texas. They changed their name. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, y'all tell me, we'll do it.
So the answer to your question is, you asked a question. Do you
I
feel
did.
like you have the answer to your
I
question?
do.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Hinojosa?
So I just want to add to what was mentioned by Trustee Ellens about our community engagement. And I don't think it's that we're not doing community engagement, because I know, Trustee Bradley, you've put in incredible amounts of time and energy to try to figure out what the community wants. What we have heard, and I think, if someone's heard differently, I just feel like this is just the universal message that I have heard in the community from everyone. It's not whether we do it, it's how we do it. And it's not about going to the community to inform them of this plan and do you agree. It's about going to parents and teachers and asking their wisdom, of which they have a tremendous amount, about what they want for their child. And those conversations, that's where those conversations need to begin, because I'm not going to presume to know better than a mother whose child is going to go to this school. Because I can't. I don't know what the challenges for that family are. So I think when we say we need to step up, I think we need to say parents need to step up, but we need to allow them the opportunity to do that by going to them and engaging them before we have a plan for them, and asking them, what do you see as your plan? And I think we have stepped up or we're trying to do the right thing as a board by making it a priority to look at how do we engage community in this district. It's something that we've raised as something we want to discuss in our retreats. How we do this, how can we do it better? I think we all acknowledge we need to do it better. And so I think, if I may, I think that's partly where that sentiment is coming from. Thank you.
Ms. Bradley?
I've always said, from the day I got on this board, even being a parent, is that the one thing that this district has done, or to me was guilty of, was some communities we ask and some communities we tell. I've always said that. When I first set out with just thinking about it, I didn't just run to the superintendent with this. I spoke to principals, I spoke to teachers, I spoke to parents, and not one person said don't do it. Not one person told me it was not a good idea, not one. And I went forward with the suggestion to the superintendent. And then IDEA came along. And a lot of what has happened has been that albatross around District 1's neck. So I don't want it to seem like I'm attacking you two, because I'm not, or anyone around this table. But if I tell you, I do get passionate when it comes to children. And when I see the lack of. But when I hear people say what has not happened when you honestly don't know and you weren't there, it bothers me. Because there were conversations that happened. But I refuse to let District 1 be held hostage by idea. No, it's not going to happen. If District 1 does not want it, District 1 will say it. But it is not going to be held hostage by Occupy AISD and nobody else.
Ms. Tyson, then we'll draw this to a close.
Just one more plea. I agree with Trustee Bradley that we need quality education in District 1. We need it in District 3. We need it in all our districts. That comes with a strong leader, strong instructional staff, and it comes with programs that attract, retain students. And that's what we need to focus on. And I believe that we can achieve that in a co-ed setting. Whatever we have given to West, let's just put it on the line, whatever we have given to West Austin schools that attract students there, we need to do the same thing for District 1, District 3, District 2. We need to make sure, and 6, I'm sorry, 6, absolutely. We need to make sure that all of those quality programs are available in all of those schools so that all of our kids get those benefits. And if that means leadership programs, if that means college prep programs, if that means, increased career and technical education, a broad array of options, more electives that attract kids to the schools, keep them there, keep them engaged, then we need to be working on that.
Dr. Christopherson, you wanted to provide
Yes,
some input?
Mr. President, trustees of the board, I wanted to remind you that the planning team is still doing their work for Pearson Garcia District 1 middle schools. They're still doing some, site visits to ask more questions and to look at more details around the program design. They committed to doing another survey for families that are most affected by the design. In other words, the families that would be coming into the middle school receiving the design. And they worked on, our accountability office worked on the questions. We took it to the planning team. They revised. We went back and forth. But we did submit the survey via phone so we could track it to individual households, that the phone was actually answered, how many of the questions they actually answered, and things of that sort. That went out on November 29th, and the results are coming in. They're incredibly draft, but just to give you a sense of, what we did, and it will be, I talked to staff today about whether or not we should make another round, another pass at families that did not respond. But of the, in English and Spanish, we sent them to 3,662 households that represent over 5,000 kids in that area. We got about, as it stands right now, about a 14% return rate, which isn't extraordinary, but is a good sample. The point that I wanted to make, and as soon as we get all the stuff verified with the accountability office, is that, the responses, we broke them down based on ethnicity, grade level, male, female, the whole thing. But at the bottom line is what we were seeing thus far. And this isn't just anybody in the community or somebody turned by the community meeting. These are families that have already chosen that vertical team or in that vertical team and in that area, that about 44% of the families preferred the design that Ms. Bradley, supported the creation of a single-gender middle school in their neighborhood. Now, what we saw is that then there's a gap there about people who were unsure, and then smaller rates said no. So it's about, like 40+%, 44%, then about somewhere like 10% to 13%, some 19%, depending on what it is, and then the rest would be the no's. But by and large, they were more favorable toward a female student design. And the other thing that well, and I haven't done everything, but people did say, about half of the responses clearly indicated that both boys and girls, they felt like would benefit from a single gender middle school. And then when we looked at the the ethnic piece, which is what I asked people to focus on a little bit, because the families are overwhelmingly Hispanic and African American, but there was a difference based on the races with minority families, particularly Hispanic families, showing more interest. So, but we don't have everything completely figured out yet. I'm going to hopefully have this done within the next 24 hours or so, because I know it's really critical for y'all. And then what I talked to staff about today was taking, all the families that did not respond, taking out the ones that did respond, and going back with another round to see if we could get more responses in advance of the 17th meeting. But we have a more recent, information base from families that are, would be most affected by the design. And as soon as we get all that sorted out, we will send that to you as well. And then any guidance you have on preparation for the 17th would be great.
Ms. Barksdale.
Two really quick questions. Just to remind me, sorry, I'm blanking on this. If kids if they opt out of the single gender designs and go to a different middle school, do they then have the option to stay track to that high school? Like if they track to Lamar, can they then track up to the high school in that vertical pattern, or they have to go back to their school?
Yeah. They have to go back to their original articulation design.
Okay.
So you go there and then you go back to LBJ or Reagan. That's basically what it means.
Okay, so they split in the middle years and then meet back up in the high school years. And the next one, just really quickly, I know this is draft, but I'm just curious on the question. I don't remember if we have it. When the parents responded, yes or no on if they're interested in single gender design for a middle school in their neighborhood, was it with the option, was it understood that would replace their current school? Or just general open-ended question, are you interested in a single gender school? What was the prompt?
There are many different prompts.
Okay.
There are many different prompts. I'd have to.
I'll wait then.
I'm just looking at one. When we asked it in different ways, like if you had both a single gender and a traditional middle school in your neighborhood, which would you choose? We did that kind of. Would you support the creation of a single gender middle school in your neighborhood, even if children who choose to attend a traditional coeducational middle school would have to travel outside the neighborhood?
Say that one again?
Would you support a single gender middle school in your neighborhood, even if children who choose to attend the traditional coeducational middle school would have to travel outside the neighborhood? I think, is that the closest one?
That was what I was looking for, yeah.
Yeah.
Same rates there in terms of?
Right, I mean, this is, now, we haven't
I know,
finished,
just
but right
wondering.
now, what I feel slightly comfortable with is responses indicated less support for a single gender middle school when a traditional coeducational school was not also offered in the neighborhood. This was particularly true for responses of African-American families when compared to responses of white and Hispanic families. But it's not huge. I mean, it's like you've got like 33, 36, yes, no. I mean, they're, the largest peak is African-American at 53% no. But it's all, like, they're almost identical. And then, it's so crazy. It's like it was 53% no, and like for, let me find a yes on the other side. But it was, the difference for, although the percentages were different, but the differences were similar, but different numbers for white families.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll,
I'll wait to see the whole report.
sure.
Okay, so what I sense on this one is that there is a need for some of the new trustees, maybe all of them, to sort of wrap up everything that has been, the information, the surveys, et cetera, that have been provided over the course of the past year and a half, however long it's actually been. And then they would be at a point where they could make a better or more comfortable decision on this particular issue. But that, and I'm just going to call the question in the sense that we really need to make this decision either at the end of January or sometime in February, because once we miss this next window, we basically miss it for another year. I mean, that's just what it comes down to. So what I think I'm sensing from the board is that at our next retreat, and officers, we're going to select a date for that retreat on Wednesday. This would be an item that would be brought to the retreat as a priority item for the benefit primarily of the new board members, with the intent of providing sufficient information to make that decision. And I'd like to shoot for the end of January for that vote and not February. Because I think if we can schedule the retreat early enough in January, then I think the answers that you get then are the answer that we're going to have. There's not going to be anything else that we can provide at that point. And as I say, delaying it any further really slips it into the next year. So I'm going to have us move on unless there's something critical.
I was wondering if we could move item 8 up, because we have so many people in the audience right now who are here for that particular item.
Oh, before y'all do that, can I just, what are we doing on 5.12? What did we just do?
Yeah.
I thought we were done. He made a summary, that meant we were
Well,
done.
I was asking if you had a critical item with
Okay.
regard to this item. Mr. Snyder.
Well, is there a consensus to move it from, the vote from December? Because we have moved that and moved that and moved that, and at this particular point, I think the community is just ready. Either it's up or down.
Well, I sense that there are some board members that might be inclined to support it if they had a little bit more time to understand the data, so to speak. And I'd like to delay it long enough to do that, but not any longer than January. Mr. Snyder.
And my request was going to be that I'm fine with what you're proposing, but to me, this nearly seems like the same outcome as we had before on the previous question. But if we're going to continue the discussion, which again is fine, if we could just have folks that have questions, forward them through the superintendent and have deadlines by, getting responses back. The one concern I've got in this is that we're supposed to take up discussion of the bond starting in January. That's going to be a lot of time and a lot of work for the whole board. So I'm going to be curious to see how everything fits in.
It'll be like with a shoehorn, I can tell you that right now. So it's not going to be a light January, new board members. I just want to let you know. But we will vote on this in January. We just have to. We can't delay it any longer. Yes, 2 dates. Yeah, the 12th would probably be the one I would recommend, but we'll see. Okay, so with that, we'll move forward to the next item unless Ms.
So,
Moya, what is your?
Again, I just want to be clear, this is not going on for action on December 17th.
But particularly for the new trustees and for anyone else, whatever questions you need to have answered in order for you to make a decision and feel comfortable voting in January, at our January meeting, please submit those questions within the next week. Okay? Okay.
Go ahead, Cheryl, you beat me to it again.
I was just going to say, I just wanted to go in the minutes and on record that I am against moving it to January.
And Dr. Christopher, my question was that the planning team recommendation and everything is going to be final by some point real soon. So if we have questions, we have questions on a final product versus variations that might be popping up from somewhere we don't have direct contact with.
Right, Mr. President, trustees of the board, is Trustee Schneider. As I wrote in the agenda item for tonight, the planning team is supportive of the design that Ms. Bradley has described multiple times with the one attendance area and the 2 single-sex schools. So, that scenario, the one that we've kind of been going over multiple times, is the one that we will flesh out, keep it super clean, get the latest feedback, all the survey results, and that will be the scenario that y'all should be asking questions about.
And you don't see the phone survey that you were talking about previously altering the recommendation in some substantial way? Is that a takeaway?
From the planning team's perspective, I don't think so. They haven't, but they haven't had an opportunity to really look at it. I think that, I think they felt like it, at least from the discussions that, have been relayed in the summaries, that yes, there are some people that are split, but that the big push was like to really hear from the people that are most affected. So, I'll do that next round of phone things and see what actually comes up. But right now, given everything I understand, I can't imagine that it would change their support for that scenario.
I just want a final product of, here's a recommendation, and this is what you're going to be doing things on. So,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay, I've heard your suggestion, Ms. Moya. Knowing how long I think that item may last, I'd rather we try and knock out the other two and get them done and be quick about those two.
Well, if we can get a commitment from the board to knock these out, get them done in a timely manner and not take an hour on each, then I won't push to move them up, to
Okay.
move number 8 up.
I will.
You will? I
I think I will, out of respect for all the people who are here.
I understand, but I'm concerned that these two items will get deferred, and we need to make a decision on these by the 17th also. We will be quick, and I think Superintendent is. So let's get on to those two.
For your next agenda item, which is tied to the two things you just talked about, as of November 9th, there is a balance of approximately $9.1 million in combined contingency funding from the 2004 and 8 bond programs, about 3.3 from 2004 and 5.8 from 2008. There are 21 critical facility systemic repairs for district consideration as it deliberates the use of, the potential use of the surplus contingency funds. The proposed projects were cost on an average, as it relates to the ones that are the systemic repairs, of about $200,000. What you'll see and they're attached, so you've got all of them, and we did a little map as well. What you'll see is that this is where we do things like air conditioning, roofing, electrical, plumbing, and other deficiencies that are going on in schools. So the schools like Campbell and Kasurik and Matthews, Metz, Walnut Creek, Williams are elementary schools that would benefit from some of these improvements. Lamar Middle School is another one, Austin High. But when you put all those repairs together, it's about $4.1 million. Actually, there was, as you can see in the agenda item, we talked about, in preparation for the discussion and potential consideration of a school for young men, we looked at about $3 million. It's on page 2, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs in. If you had supported the consideration of a school for young men, in answer to your question, like I said, we had contingency funds that we could have used for the initial phase. But since that is not going to happen, I would adjust this just to say that the $3 million we were proposing to use for that would be put back in the bucket for, to be considered for other, systemic repairs. And now, this is not scheduled for action in December, but what's important, or why we raise it at the same time that we start wrapping up AAFRs, you won't take action on this until the January meeting, but if you made any decisions right now, it could impact, with AAFRs, it could have impacted the amount of dollars available. But now that you're not doing that, I would say it's pretty straightforward. In District 1, Harris, Maplewood, Campbell, and Ortega get project support. District 2, Brook, Martin, Mendez, Metz. District 3, Walnut Creek, Barrington, Brown, Webb. District 4, Murkison and Lamar. District 5, Matthews and Austin High. District 6, Becker, Jocelyn Williams. And District 7, Covington and Kasurik. So you can see it's a widespread, it's on the map, it's all over AISD. And if we are not going to use that 3 million, I propose we just keep moving down that list and bring more repairs, and we can update y'all the next time, after this meeting on the next short list of schools that could benefit from these repairs.
Any questions? Ms. Marshall?
But maybe you can help me with this, President Torres. What is the philosophy on board contingency funds for things like future AAFRs? I did notice that, and the board hadn't taken any action or given direction on, like the young men's school in particular, and the work that was done with the CBOC. I know that there was some discussion about future AAFRs and perhaps, earmarking funds for that. But you've done a lot of bond work in the past. What is the governing philosophy, if you will, on use of contingency funds for things that the voters did not contemplate at that time? I think most voters have the sense that, HVAC systems, air conditioning technology, those sorts of things to supplement or complement existing educational endeavors. But what's governing philosophy around things that were not previously contemplated by voters in use of contingency funds?
In my mind, it's really the spirit of what that original bond was for. In other words, more of the same type of items. If at some point you've exhausted that list, then it does come to those items that would qualify for any legal use of those bond funds. In other words, what the council says that we can use those bond funds for. So once again, as long as every item in the bond has been adequately addressed and similar items that maybe didn't make the cut because there wasn't enough money, those items should really be done first. And then we move to other items that are sort of beyond that level.
Okay. So just, I guess, again, to put a fine point on it.
And let me just say,
Okay.
when all of that was developed, there was no AAFRs around to say, hey, here's another
Yeah.
list. So that was never even a twinkle in anybody's eye.
Right. So as long as it's in line with the general spirit of what the bond was intended for, even if it is a previously non-contemplated AAFR, for example,
Right.
that's okay?
Right.
Okay.
Ms. Moya?
I know you mentioned bond counsel, but I think it's important to know that anytime something like this does come up, we do get an opinion from bond counsel, right, to make sure
Right.
that it does meet the language that was in the bond item at the time.
Any other questions? Mr. Steiner?
Dr. Sharfin, I'm fine with the list of projects that are here. I would just ask that in the future, if we continue to look to these contingency funds for funding maintenance items, which is basically what we're doing, that we have some kind of tie back to the original bond language and the original, what people voted on, what they were promised in whatever color book it was, so that we know, there's a legitimate tie back to the item in question. And, like I say, I'm fine with the items, but I would just like to have comfort in the future in knowing that people at least conceptually approved of what we were trying to get done when they voted for the bond.
I'm sorry, are you asking for the bond council opinion, or
No,
what
just
are
saying.
we asking for here?
Go ahead.
What's
There's a
that?
series of propositions that were on the bond that were voted in both the last two major bonds I know of. And if we could just say, this was covered under Proposition 2, as an example, just so we have an idea. And I figure that most of it's going to be in that so-called, functional equity issue where they spend a lot of money going back and trying to redo the roofs and the HVACs and everything else that gets taken care of under those type of circumstances, which is a good way to do it. But, if we could just, again, tie it back to,
The actual proposition.
right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if you have any other questions on these items, specifically, refer them to the superintendent. Next item.
Mr. President, trustees, tonight you're scheduled to discuss school boundaries for the district's newest elementary school, which is scheduled to open next school year to alleviate overcrowding in North Central Elementary. North Central Austin. These proposed boundaries have been vetted with the affected communities by the Boundary Advisory Committee. In addition to this community input, the Boundary Advisory Committee worked with affected CACs and relied on staff to provide data to develop the attendance area boundary recommendations before you this evening. The they've been presented. If you have specific questions, we can answer those, but that's all we have.
Any questions on? Okay, let's move to the next item. So now we're at the item that I think everybody's been waiting for, right?
Amel, Paul. Great. Y'all can come on up, please. What time is it? 10?
10. I knew those items would.
Mr. President, trustees, in the past 11 years, AISD board policy has authorized applications for charter campuses and programs. The policy was updated in 2005, and most recently, on January 24th, 2011, the board unanimously approved revisions to District Policy EL Local, Campus, Charter Campuses or Programs to refine the district's process for approving charter or campus programs. Then, on June 20th, 2011, the board unanimously authorized this administration to explore a partnership with IDEA Public Schools to collaborate in planning for an effective, successful early college preparatory program and design to support Board Goal 3 for all students graduating ready for college, career, and life in a globally competitive economy. And last year, on December 19th, 2011, on a 6-3 vote, the board approved an agreement with IDEA Public Schools to open an in-district charter program in partnership with AISD as a district-initiated in-district charter. At the request of some of our new trustees to review and discuss the agreement between AISD and IDEA Public Schools, tonight we are doing just that at your request. Chief of Staff and Legal Counsel to the Administration, Mel Waxler, is available if there are specific questions regarding the agreement itself. Chief Schools Officer Paul Cruz will respond to any questions about the early design and implementation. He and I worked closely together during that process. And the Executive Director for IDEA Public Schools and a member of the IDEA National Board of Directors and a regional board member is here to offer their perspective on the past 3 months of implementation at the request of one of our trustees. In a few moments, we'll ask them to do, well, right now, I might as well just ask you to talk through your perspective a little bit, and feel free to reintroduce yourselves. I know you have a couple of comments you want to make, and then you'll kick it back to me, and I'll wrap up the rest of the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I'll start by saying that I, in a former life, was a litigator, and I haven't felt this nervous since I was in court. So I'm happy to be here tonight. Honorable trustees, we are really excited to be in front of you today to talk about the partnership between AISD and IDEA Public Schools and to answer any questions that you have. My name is Tina Fernandez, and I am the chair of the IDEA Austin Regional Board here in Austin, Texas. I am also a member of the National Board of Directors. I was born in the Rio Grande Valley and have lived in Austin for 13 years. And as an IDEA board member, I've seen firsthand the tremendous impact that IDEA Public Schools is having on children in South Texas and also here in Austin. I'm an AISD parent. I'm a former teacher, and I direct the pro bono program at UT Law School. And tonight, I'm pleased to introduce to you two other members of our regional board. Yolanda Davila, if you'll raise your hand. She's one of our parents and parent of 6th grader Fabian, who we hear is a fantastic basketball player at IDEA Allen. And also Pete Montoya, who's sitting on the front row here. And he is alum of Allen Junior High School and Johnston High School. I'd also like to introduce our PTA president, Brandy Davis, who's back there. And I'd like to say just a special thank you to our parents who are here tonight, who are taking time out of their schedule and from their families to be here in support of the school. Muchas gracias a los padres que han estado aquí toda la noche. Earlier this year, I agreed to join IDEA's board and support our first school here in Austin. I've spent my entire life fighting for social justice, and with many of you actually here in the room on a variety of projects. As a teacher, as an attorney, as a community volunteer, and as a parent. and serving on the board of IDEA is an extension of that work. I absolutely love Austin and am steadfastly committed to the public schools here in Austin. And I'm also troubled, and we've talked about this tonight, I really appreciate the comments because I'm really troubled by our community's persistent academic achievement gap along the lines of race and income. In Central Texas, students who are low income start kindergarten far behind their middle and upper income peers. The gap continues through middle school, and by the time they graduate high school, 70% of white students from Central Texas enter college, but only 45% of Hispanic students do. And that's a tragedy. And I know that we're all really excited to work together to fix that. IDEA Public Schools has a strong record of sending low-income students to and through college. And the innovative partnership with AISD is a great strategy to eliminate this gap. And we're excited to work with each and every one of you on this really innovative, exciting, life-transformative project for our children here. Larkin Tackett, the Executive Director of IDEA Public Schools in Austin, will briefly speak about information and outcome data for IDEA Allen and about our work with our own PTA and becoming an active participant in the Austin Council of PTAs. These are important first steps to building more community support for our work, and we know that we have a long way to go. But we're excited to work with you on engaging the community. And I'll close by simply affirming my commitment and support for this partnership and to working with this board to ensure that AISD and IDEA are providing a great education to all students here in Austin, especially those who have been historically underserved. So thank you for your time. I look forward to answering any questions. And with that, I'll pass it over to Larkin.
Great. Thanks, Tina, and thank you, trustees, for the opportunity to talk just briefly about some of our outcome data to date. So as Executive Director of IDEA here in Austin, I'm responsible for managing our two principals, working with IDEA and AISD's leadership, and engaging the East Side and Austin communities. Also here tonight are our co-founders, Tom Torkelson and Joanne Gama, our Chief Schools Officer and CEO. As our IDEA Allen's two principals, members of our leadership team, staff, and parents are also here. I'd like to first recognize and thank all the staff at AISD for welcoming IDEA as members of their team. And I have to tell you, you are really fortunate to have such talented and committed staff working here at this district. To help frame the conversation, I'd just like to share a few highlights from the last 4 months. And you'll see these in our upcoming quarterly board report. So as of last week, there are 544 students that attend IDEA Allen. This is a 42% increase in the number of students who attended the school last year. And if you just look at our kindergarten, first, and second graders, we've actually doubled the number of those grades who are at the school. 91% of our students are economically disadvantaged, and an overwhelming number are Hispanic. More than half our elementary school students are English learners, and 1 out of 10 students have special needs. 26% of our students come from the Eastside Memorial Vertical Team. At the beginning of the year, we conducted a benchmark assessments in elementary, and only 7% of IDEA Allen students were on grade level in reading. As of last week, I am pleased to say that 40% of those same students are on grade level, and by the end of the year, according to our growth projections, we anticipate that every single student will be at or above grade level in reading. I'm also excited to share that we provide a rigorous college prep curriculum, and led by Miss Sally Gardner, a 26-year veteran science teacher here in Austin. 80% of IDEA Allen's 6th graders who took our first quarterly interim assessment passed. And those 6th graders outperformed every other 6th grade class at IDEA's 13 other middle schools in Texas. And I should say that this really strong science program is consistent with our commitment to working with the Eastside Memorial Vertical Team on a STEM signature program. So we are, in fact, making inroads to close and eliminate the achievement gap that Tina talked about. And finally, I'd just like to say that we are committed to ensuring that AISD receives maximum funding from the state. So this in-district partnership actually set a record for the largest first-day charter enrollment in Austin's history. evidence of excitement and energy for choice and options in Austin. We're also proud that the attendance at Idea Allen College Prep during the first 6 weeks of school was the second highest in AISD, higher than almost every other campus west of I-35. And as many have pointed out, higher attendance means more learning and more state funding for AISD schools. So we're proud of these initial results, but as Tina said, there is really so much more work to do, and we're just getting started. So recognizing our initial efforts to engage the community in these highlights, we look forward to having the time to ensure that Idea Allen has the transformative impact here in Austin that Idea Public Schools has had in other communities around Texas. So with that, I thank you again, and I'll turn it back to the superintendent.
Right, and Mr. President, trustees of the board, this concludes the portion of presentation. We're just available to answer questions that you may have. I've been answering many since the new board has been elected. I think we've responded to all of them, and but happy to do a little bit more tonight if necessary. But at the conclusion of the discussion, no matter what, I just need the board to give me clear guidance about what we're supposed to do for December 17th regarding this agreement, if there is anything. Thank you.
Before we get started, I'd like to make a few comments. First of all, when this suggestion to talk about the items in the contract and some other issues related to the Idea Allen partnership was raised, I really welcomed the opportunity. And I did so because I too was on the campaign trail, and I heard a lot of misrepresentations from members of the community. I heard a lot of incorrect information about this program from organizations in the community that I believe misled the community. And I felt, and it's important for me to say on camera, that the district, because in a campaign, and Mr. Waxley, you can confirm this, in a campaign, the district cannot, and I'm talking about trustee election campaigns, cannot get involved in advocating for or participating in any campaign. And so when information is misrepresented and used incorrectly, the district is unable to do anything but respond to requests. And so I really welcome this opportunity to correct those items that have been misrepresented. I look forward to the opportunity tonight to set the record straight. And I know that some of the new trustees who have been out on the campaign trail, based on the questions that I have seen, are clearly also misinformed based on what they have been told by members of the community. So, one, I want us to set the record straight and forever move forward with the truth. Second, I also want us to acknowledge where we have made mistakes as a district and where we need to change. And we need to be clear about what those items are. And those items really fall into three buckets. One is, was Idea Allen a right thing to do for the kids in that community? That's one. The other that we've also heard is, did we do the process right? And I think we all recognize that process, and we are going to work on community engagement. And let me just tell you, in the 6 years that I've been here, the first thing that we tackled was community engagement. So I will welcome that. We will continue to do that. And some of you may remember the Community Committee on Neighborhood Schools. I mean, this is not a new problem, and I welcome the new thought of the trustees. But that's a different issue. You know, in my profession, there are three things that you look at. You need to implement the right solution for the right problem. You need to do it for the right reason, and you need to do it in the right way. And if you don't do all three right, then oftentimes the end result is failure. So I'm here to tell you, yes, there is a new day in town, but we're going to fix everything. And that's the misrepresentation of members of the community that continue to say things that were just totally incorrect. So with that beginning comment, I want to open the discussion up, and I'll start with Dr. Mathias.
I am the trustee who asked that we discuss this evening. And so what I did was I prepared in writing some material for us to be able to have as members of the Board of Trustees, simply to be able to guide our thoughts and so that you see my thought process behind all of this. What happened was I suggested that we talk about this based on two misconceptions. The first misconception, as stated in the third paragraph of page 1, is that we as a Board of Trustees needed to act by December the 30th, 2012 in order to cancel the contract with IDEA at the conclusion of the 2013-2014 academic year. That was the first misconception. The second misconception was simply that it was rumored that some 100 students or families had departed from IDEA Allen since the beginning of the academic year. And if that were the case, simply thinking as a former administrator, if 100 students and or families have left a school community, this could constitute an emergency situation. So it was before we had received any data on this school that those were the two ideas that I had. Thankfully, Dr. Kostarfin had clarified those two issues during our calendar meeting, and so that was settled. The challenge that I see is that there are many narratives that exist in the community, and we'll talk through some of those, and the challenge is that some of them are not true, some of them may be true, but ultimately it comes down to us to decide what all of this means. So, having said that, for those of us, a bit of history, so there are 4 of us at this table who were not here 51 weeks ago when there was great energy in this room. 50 weeks ago when a decision was made, many of us were not sitting at the table. So what I attempt to do in this document is to set out a bit of the history for us so that on our own time, outside of this meeting, it gives us, especially as new trustees, some context. I think that this document is important insofar as it speaks of the various narratives that were at work, so that we understand as an administration, as a Board of Trustees, that while we're doing all the good that we're doing and making the decisions as best we can, these are the narratives that we're seeing from the community. So beginning with the first community meeting on October the 20th, it's simply important for us to know that from the start, there was not great, overwhelming support for this school from the community. On page 2, October the 20th, it makes clear how it is that 3 scenarios were first presented to the community, and how it is that some 79% of the scenarios were not being received well. Just background data in terms of how it is that the community receives what it is. From the beginning, the community has perceived this issue, this school, as being imposed upon them, as this top-down decision that was made without consulting the community. It was the district coming to the community with these possible scenarios. We're asking your feedback for the sake of asking your feedback, but we've already made the decision. Various facts have been disputed through all of this, so I think it's important for us simply to recognize how it is that community members had felt disenfranchised, have felt that they didn't receive sufficient communications. There was a first public hearing. Community members say they didn't know about it. They weren't informed. There was the media got involved, and as we know, the media started in assisting us with various narratives. The administration had its narratives, so we had a lot going here. What I'd like to point out in all of this is on page 5, we see various results from surveys that were going around and how it was that community continued to oppose this idea initially. November the 15th on page 7, we start seeing some analysis by researchers who join in with their narratives about what's going on. And we understand how it is, for those of us who remember those events, how it is that one former researcher from UT, now at Penn State, started publishing online various studies, his research, and then as a district, we were responding with other research. So there's just there were a lot of narratives out there. Probably flash forwarding, beyond all of the narratives, I think what's most important for us is to get down to the facts, which is why that was my number one request to the superintendent at our calendar meeting is, let's get the facts on IDEA out in the open. If 100 students and or families have left that school, I think we as a Board of Trustees needs to know. The facts begin on page 16, and Mr. Tackett has expounded on some of these already. Number one, I think an interesting data point, less than 14% of the students at Idea Allen currently come from the attendance zone. That's Idea Allen Academy. So 83% are coming from outside of the district. We just need to be clear up front that it's kind of exciting for us in District 2. It's a magnet school. We've created this school that is bringing in students from throughout the district to East Austin. So we recognize that 13.8% of the students come from Idea Allen's attendance, from Allen, the former Allen Elementary attendance zone. 16.8% of students come from District 2, East Austin and Dove Springs. Idea Allen has retained the lowest percentage of students, 91%, compared with Go Valley and Ortega. That was shared with us by the district. The district shared with us that Idea Allen has the lowest percentage of economically disadvantaged students at 90%, compared to 96 and 95 at Go Valley and Ortega, respectively. Idea Allen, interestingly, has the highest percentage of English language learners, according to AISD data, and the attendance rates are included in there. So one of the misconceptions that we had heard was that Idea had a low attendance rate, so it was important for us as members of the Board of Trustees to have access to attendance data. Following on page 16, on the lower half is data on Idea College Prep, which would be their 6th grade academy. So we see how it is that in that case, Idea College Prep does not possess the lowest percentage of retained students as does Idea Allen Academy. It does have the lowest percentage of economically disadvantaged students, and its percentage of English language learners is nearly equivalent to Martin. Has the lowest percentage of special education students at 10% compared to 22% at Martin, but only 13% at Mendez. And to their credit, as Mr. Tackett suggested, Idea College Prep, their 6th grade academy, possesses the highest attendance rate during both the first and the second 6 weeks of the 3 schools that were, for which we received data. So I think page 17, we can read through all of that data on our own, at our own convenience. I think it was interesting, number 4, I see that we had asked how much it was that they invested in their recruitment efforts. We found that they invested $131,000 of their own resources, or roughly $242 per student, for billboard and radio and television ads. We see their information on student-to-staff ratios and other responses to the questions that we had submitted. So far, so good. Misconceptions on page 18. I think that this is perhaps the most important part of this document, simply because on the campaign trail and in the community, everyone has a view, an opinion, a narrative about this work. So we attempt here to be able to address some of them simply so that we can be clear, or at least begin a conversation about whether or not these are true. So for instance, in my first conversation with Mr. Tackett, after I met with the calendar committee and we said that it was going to be on the agenda, I asked them, I said, one of the chief concerns is that we hear that Idea wants to build out to a vertical team of 10,000 to 12,000 students. Mr. Tackett looked at me and he said, that is absolutely not the case. The contract that we have with Idea specifically says, as in the response to number 1 shares, that the plan is to build out Idea Allen Academy to 750 K through 5 students and 1,575 6th through 12th grade students by 2018. So we had one narrative that we were hearing a year ago, and that was in the media, that was in the press. We're seeing another thing in the contract here. I think that these facts and these details are important. Number 2, the second misconception, that the partnership with Idea will take over additional campuses. As it stands, the partnership will be solely at the former Allen Elementary and what is now Eastside Memorial High School. Misconception number 3, some 100 students have departed from the school during this academic year. The data above shows that that is not true, that 44 students have departed the school community, and it breaks down that information. The administration was very good about getting us data, breaking down those numbers. Skipping down to a lot of them from number 7 onward, we have the misconceptions that we heard on the campaign trail and the administration's responses. So These are not necessarily vetted by anyone. It's simply the questions that we as candidates, what we were hearing on the campaign trail. Excuse me? We're someone. I apologize. Right? They were vetted by the administration, and that's important, right? That counts very much. So I apologize. I apologize for misspeaking. So from number 7 onward, what we have are the responses of the administration to the questions and the concerns that we are hearing. For instance, number 7, that there are no arts or music programs at IDEA. We have a response there. Number 8, 9, 10, 11 on, we have various responses from the questions that we were asking. And I think number 14, simply to go back to that, because that was the misconception that drove our bringing it up this evening and the reason that we are here with so many friends from the community. The misconception that we needed to act during this month in order to reevaluate the contract effective at the end of the next school year. Dr. Kostarfin clarified that first day, it's in the contract. We need to respond, both parties have the option of responding by December the 31st of any year to be able to terminate the contract at the end of the academic year, which ends during the following calendar year. So we can decide as a Board of Trustees during the month of December to terminate the contract with IDEA effective at the end of this academic year. That's what the contract allows us to do. Page number 21, this is where it begins getting interesting because simply standing back, not as a member of the Board of Trustees, but perhaps even as a researcher, as a scholar, what we see here are a number of narratives. What I've attempted to do is to distill them as narratives in favor of IDEA and narratives opposed to IDEA. Those in favor of IDEA are on page 21. There are convincing arguments for why it is that we might do well to continue in a partnership like this. Page 22 begins all of the narratives that are opposed to our continuing this relationship with IDEA Partnership. Number 1, simply the narrative that we, as a Board of Trustees, we, as a district, can solve our own problems. We can address our challenges by taking a look at these situations ourselves. We can do it. Number 2, as President Torres asks, was the process right? Number 2, and all of the points down through the end of that page simply deal with the process and how it was that the process was perceived as flawed by members of the community, by members of the media, and subsequently through the admission of various members of the Board of Trustees and/or administrators. Number 3, President Torres asks, was or is partnering with IDEA right? Number 3 offers a summary of possible reasons for which we as a Board of Trustees might be led to believe that partnering with IDEA may not be the right thing for us. Number 4, the challenge that I see in all of this is that IDEA has become the lightning rod here in Austin, Texas. But I think if we were honest as a Board of Trustees and if we were to step back from the situation, I think that we would all acknowledge that there are larger issues that we need to be addressing. And right now, the attention, really for the entire national debate on school reform, is coming down in our district to this school in East Austin. So number 4 simply says that regardless of what we as a Board of Trustees think about this partnership with IDEA, there are fundamental issues that we are not addressing. Issues of inequity, issues of the perceptions of East Austin students, and how it is that we as a board might be able to move forward. Having said all of that, on page 24, there are 2 factions. We clearly understand that. There are those who are in favor of us continuing this partnership. There are those who are opposed to us continuing this partnership. Those who are in favor of us continuing this partnership would likely be in favor of us going down the road then of building out this model to serve some 2,300 students, K through 12, building up to that by 2018. We already have the plan for that in motion. As Dr. Kostarfin made clear to us at our calendar meeting, as a Board of Trustees, we need not act during this month, and IDEA will continue to build out its design here in our district. At the top of page 24 is the plan that's presented by those who share the narrative that opposes the partnership with IDEA. According to this narrative, then, it would be, I think we need to listen. What did we learn from the events of last year? I think that one thing we learned is not to rush. Last year, the perception was that this was a rush deal. I think the last thing that any of us wants to do here on the dais around these tables is to rush a decision. And I don't feel a great urgency to do so, except that those here with the narrative opposing IDEA Public Schools would like to be assured that if we don't feel the urgency to cancel the contract at the end of this academic year, that we at least ensure that this project does not begin destroying another neighborhood school, another district school, which is Eastside Memorial High School. So the narrative that's being advanced, we can tell by the applauding at different points in the meeting who's for which narrative, right? So according to this argument then, the facilities that we have at Allen Elementary, or what was Allen Elementary School, would be able to accommodate the students that we grow IDEA to next year, which would be K through 3rd grade and 6 and 7, and that this would give us as a board to be able to decide what it is that we want to do with this project beginning in the 2014-2015 academic year. Many options. By the 2014-2015 academic year, we'll have a school which will then have expanded to K through 4th and 6th through 8th, effectively a magnet school drawing so many students from throughout Austin to this facility in East Austin. It falls to us as a board then to decide, where do we fall in all these narratives? Is it best for us to continue the building out of this program with the leadership of our friends from IDEA, or is it something that we as a board want to handle in a different way? I thank you for your attention. Page 24 at the bottom, I would be remiss if I did not say, as District 2 trustee, that regardless of the outcome of this decision, there are fundamental issues that we as a board need to be addressing, such as, number one, how it is that we can best bring resolution to this issue, but number two, how it is that we can begin to bring healing and restore trust with the divided and wounded, hurting community. Number three, how the district can manifest its desire to serve the immediate neighborhood around Allen, now that so few students from that neighborhood are going to that school. Number four, how it is that we can work to overcome vestiges of segregation and the disparities that continue to plague our schools and be evident in our educational outcomes. And number five, it's all about the kids. How can we continue to improve our graduation rates? The appendices that follow simply provide data from various studies that have been done. The conversation's been ongoing. I know last night I was listening to the board meetings of 50 weeks ago and 51 weeks ago. These are lightning rod issues, and now it falls to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mathias. Ms. Hinojosa, and then Ms. Moyen.
I just wanted, I didn't get one thing you said, Trustee Mathias, about the proposal that would eventually include 8th grade. Can you repeat that part?
So what's happening with this model is we're building it out and we're adding, as each grade advances 1 year, we're expanding the school. So this year we have K through 2 and 6th grade. So we have 4 grades. Next year, when the 2nd graders advance to 3rd grade, we'll now have a 3rd grade at that facility. And when the 6th advances to 7th, we'll also have a 7th grade at that facility. And the year after, in 2014-2015, then we'll be adding a 4th grade and an 8th grade. So we'll be building out to a full K through 12 school by 2018.
Ms. Moyer.
So I wanted to add a little more history. Long time ago, in a land far, far away, there was a policy in place in the district about charter schools and in-district charter schools. And this was way before my time, and so I just kind of know some anecdotal information. But in the last 2 or 3 years, the board that was sitting at the time had a policy committee of which I chair, and we spent a great deal of time working on the charter school, in-district charter school policy that the district had, looking at what it was before some years ago, and then trying to improve it to better reflect today's educational environment. So keep in mind, first of all, let me say, I am not a charter school fan. And I constantly scream and holler about charter schools because I think that in general, when charter schools are operating on their own without partnering with an existing public school district, they're dividing a community and they're creating an us and a them environment. So it took a whole lot for me as the chair of the policy committee to even want to open that book and start working on it, but I did because it was the thing that we needed to do. So ultimately what happened was, after long discussions with me and Miss Bradley and Miss Lavoie, the three of us made up the committee, we came up with this new policy for an in-district charter that had a whole lot of requirements of a charter school or a charter organization. I guess y'all are called charter districts too, aren't you? And to partner with us. We were trying to make it difficult. We didn't want to make it easy. In the past, it was kind of easy. And we didn't like that. We wanted to make it hard. We didn't want to give a charter school district an easy access to our kids. We didn't want charter schools to be able to pick and choose which students they educated, because traditional public schools do not pick and choose who we educate. We take everyone who comes through the door. And so we were adamant with the administration that those kind of things could not happen. Could not happen. And also, there had to be vertical team integrity, and there had to be all this stuff. And and frankly, it wouldn't have surprised me if there wasn't a charter school district that chose they didn't want to play with us because we made it kind of hard. And then along the road with the legislative session and all that stuff going on, I can't tell you how many efforts were made by state representatives and senators and to try to bridge this gap between the charter schools and traditional public schools. And I attended quite a few meetings, mostly because of my role on the TASB, Texas Association of School Boards Board of Directors. And so I attended a lot of those meetings and had a lot of those conversations, and there was a lot of desire to get rid of the us and the them, but it didn't really happen. And so then here comes the notion of forming this group within our district that was, Dr. Karstafen, remind me where it originated, because I can't remember how that idea came to the district for us to put this group together, the collaborative. I can't remember where it came from. Did it come from TEA? Did it come from?
No, it was.
The Gates Foundation?
Well, I mean, yes, and no. Again, they're funders, so like.
Right, I'm just trying to remember where it came from.
Well,
just so I can tell.
It came from, our concept of potential collaboration and things that came out of our November 6th board retreat in 2010.
Right, looking for a rich portfolio of options.
Well, no, this one was when y'all went back and looked at the policy. We looked at the policy for ways for us to revise it and much to what you said, to be more in alignment with what was happening with guidance with the state, funding, and so on.
Okay.
And then we sought funding and support through an organization that is interested in investing in things like that, and that was Gates.
Okay. So then the Gates Foundation gives us some money to put this collaborative together, to try yet again to bridge this gap of the us and the them. Because the bottom line is, it's the education of the children that's the most important, not necessarily who's educating them. I shudder to say, kinda, but that they're getting a good quality education. So all along the way, I'm still not a charter supporter, but I realize that the charter schools were here. I realize that our legislators are expanding the ability for charters to have more schools and campuses. And I see with what the State Board of Education and TEA were doing was they were giving more and more companies permission to have charter schools, and it's just kind of growing and growing. And if you look at the national, the mood of the national education, you can see that there's a big push to continue to grow the charter world, right? Because in some parts of the country, the charter schools are the answer for public ed. You know, there are some parts of the country where people do not go to traditional public schools. Everybody goes to a charter, right, or a private school. Here in Texas, we're not that way, and we hang on to our public schools, you know, as, you know, I mean, we hang on to them. We're not letting them go. But I know, based on what I've learned, that we have to find a way to coexist. Because if we don't coexist, then we're not, the only people that are going to get hurt are our kids. And I'm sick and tired of all of this, us and them, and kicking and screaming and calling people names and doing all this stuff. So I was asked by one charter school company operator about our policy, and I said, well, join us. Create an in-district charter with us, work with us to provide a good quality education for our kids. And I was told, no, we can't do that. We're not interested in working with you. We just want to open a school in your district and take away some of your kids. And so then IDEA, much to my surprise, broaches the topic of creating this in-district charter, and you know, I started reading the information. I started learning about the schools. I started asking friends of mine who were from South Texas about the schools, and you know, and it's fair to say that there's going to be pros and cons on all sides, right? I mean, someone's going to be unhappy, someone's going to be real happy, and there's going to be a bunch of people in between. And so you know that going into these kind of conversations. But one of the things that I said early on at one of the meetings, I think it was at Martin, was that what I saw here was an opportunity to change the face of public education in the state of Texas, to stop all of the bickering and the fighting and the us and the them, and focusing on the children. And if there and if there was a way for a school district, a traditional public school district, to start that conversation and you know, show people that it can be done and that it's good for the kids, then that was a good thing to do. I will be one of the first to admit that, you know, we didn't do everything right in working through this process. I was at most of the meetings, not all of them, but I was at most of them. And so rather than rehash what happened at each meeting, I will say that I still believe that what we have here is an opportunity to change public education for the future, because if you pay attention to what's going on in the political world and the legislative and congressional worlds, they're going, I mean, vouchers are going to get crammed down our throats by this upcoming legislature. We know that. They've already told us that they're going to do that. I know that, but there's still, it's still going to be, as we've been told, presented as an emergency education issue, perhaps in January. Okay, so yes, we're going to fight them. I've spoken on the steps of the Capitol with my fist raised in the air saying, let the people in, and the people of Texas are back. So you know, so please don't suggest that none of us up here are not fighting the good fight, because we are. And we fight the good fight in different ways and different levels. So let's just agree that that's the way we do things. But I do want to say, when you take in mind what the political climate is, Vincent, would you do me a favor and quit putting that in front of my face so that I can look? I'm trying to make contact.
Order.
I'm trying to make eye contact with people in the audience, and I can't do that. with
Point
this.
of order?
I understand that. Thank you.
My point of order is simply that we're talking here together, so it's not that we're not addressing the audience, are we?
You did.
You're addressing us?
We do a little bit of all of it. So, okay, so now I lost my train of thought.
You were talking to the board.
That was nice. I appreciate that. So if you keep in mind what's going on in the political world, if we are going to survive as a public school district, we have to find ways to get around the things that are being done to us by those outside who don't particularly care for public schools anymore. And there's a lot of people that way. And you know, in the legislature, they're everywhere. I would say probably majority of them are that way. And so we have to find a way, in my mind, to beat them at their own game and change the face of public education and not give them an excuse to try to take anything else away from us, because there is an attack on public education coming from the Capitol. And not only in Austin, but in other states and at the state in Washington. We've been under attack for years. So I believe that we have, again, I've said this is the third time I said this, we have to change the way we do our education of children. And I know that there are numbers, dollar numbers that exist somewhere, I don't have them in my memory right now, of the dollar amounts that have been invested in our schools in East Austin over the last, let's say 10 years. And it's a very large dollar amount. And so to the point of we can do it ourselves, from what I've observed in the years I've been on the board, we've been trying to do it ourselves, and we haven't done a very good job. And I don't believe that it's because a principal was at say, Eastside Memorial for 2 years and then had to leave. We didn't tell the principal they had to leave. The state said, you tell the principal he has to leave. It wasn't our idea, you know. And so I think it's you know, it's incumbent upon us to you know, to look at the whole picture. I appreciate the history you put together, Dr. Mathias, but there's some more history that's missing. And I remember when I first came on the board, somebody told me, well, Johnston would be doing great if you'd invest more money in it. Well, we are investing about $15,000 per child. So, you know, that wasn't the solution. And so I guess what I want to say is there was a whole lot more going on, especially doing policy work, in an attempt to make it not so easy for a charter school to come in and be an in-district charter with us. But IDEA followed our policy to the letter And when other charter schools were not interested, they would not do it. We asked others, aside from the one I was referring to, we asked others, and they were not interested. One of them said, "You all don't fit into our master plan." So, so not everybody's willing to, to work together. Some people are content to continue the us and the them. I don't think that's healthy. I don't think it's healthy for public education. So, and I'm not about to give up public education and turn it over to a bunch of vouchers and other things that don't promote diversity and that don't honor the communities in which we live and don't honor the people of our community in the state of Texas. I can't go along with what's happening to public ed. So that's my little bit, and I will turn my mic off and let someone else talk.
I have a question. I'm not sure who this is appropriate for, but for our school district and for other school districts, kind of, again, looking nationally or by region or things we've looked at, what's the trajectory of schools of choice? I mean, meaning, like for the IDEA schools, I think right now IDEA Allen is a school of choice. I think you put it very well. We're creating a magnet, essentially, sort of magnet model with IDEA Allen. I think that's the way IDEA in the Valley has sort of worked its way out. It isn't, attendance-driven or attendance zone-driven school. They're schools of choice, right? So interested to hear about the trajectory in AISD and how we feel about that. I think you raised a very good point about schools of choice. Where they typically end up, 5, 7 years out, and serving kids with special needs and serving kids from other harder to reach populations in AISD, like with LASA and with Ann Richards. We've heard talk tonight about, not comparing certain schools to Ann Richards because of admission standards, and I understand IDEA does not have those same sorts of standards, but it is shaping up to be, at least in this first pass, a school of choice. And among all the things that you kind of pointed out today or this evening, I find that just a compelling discussion point. Where do we end up with the Eastside Memorial Vertical Team if what we have is, and I do understand right now, I understand the composition of the vertical team now and how kids end up there, but I'm talking about, for lack of a better way to put this, a more deliberate school of choice. I don't think this is the way the school was intended or started out, but to your point, after lots of advertising, open the school up, more citywide, the rejection of the school by folks in the Allen attendance zone, that's where we're going. So just, where do we see that in 5 years, and how does that fit in with the vision of how we see that vertical team in the city and what that student composition would look like compared to other schools of choice we have in AISD now?
Dr. Starman, you want to answer that? But before you do, I just want to make sure that when you lump all these schools into schools of choice, I'm not so sure I agree with that, because I think they're all really different. And if you're saying how do you have the trajectory for all of them, I think the trajectory for all of them is different. And so if we can try and say only charters or only, magnets.
I can clarify, because I think there is no model to base my question on, empirically speaking. No model, no. I think what we can do is synthesize the data that we have from IDEA in the Valley and how those schools are really schools of choice and start off with a different sort of student and end up with a different sort of student compared to other students in their geographical cohort. So yes, there's that. There's the charter cohort for sure. And then there's our town and our city, to Trustee Moya's point. AISD schools are still these schools of choice in our district. We're not Dallas or Houston, where families make lots of other choices. We hear, lots of anecdotal stories about kids making the choice for this or that or the other. The numbers don't bear that out. The administration has provided that for us about the number of families that don't choose AISD. So yes, to your point, there is no pure model for an in-district charter or
McAllen is a school of choice.
Right, exactly. Sort of, not all.
Well, but kids can choose to go there or not.
They can, yeah. So just looking at where we think we'll end up in terms of, like, if 5 years from now, will we be able to maintain some sort of semblance of why, when Idea Allen was first pitched to the board, and I do remember the policy discussions about charters. I, like you, don't have a fondness for charter schools and what it means for public education. But I felt it very compelling when the superintendent said that sometimes charters can do things that we can't as a school district. I don't think Idea Allen is doing anything that we can't as a school district, based on their performance in the Valley. So, and based on the performance with certain students in the Valley. That's just my review of the data that's available. So I guess for my question, where are we going with another school of choice in this district, and how do we feel about that? Or what's the trajectory?
And you've asked several questions, so I want to make sure that we,
I just have one question. Are we ready to acknowledge this is going to be sort of a magnet? As you said, it attracting students from all over the city, which has its pros and cons. And what does that mean in terms of things this board has expressed and other schools in terms of skimming and cherry picking and that sort of thing?
and I just want to clarify that you also asked the question, why did we set it up this way? And that answer is a little differently.
I didn't ask that question. I was here. I follow the moving target on
And
why
I
we're
heard
doing
you ask the
why we do
question
what we did.
because the superintendent and I are prepared to answer the question of
I don't have
the,
that question.
so you don't want us to answer that?
I don't need the answer to the question of why we did it the way we did it.
Okay.
I'm interested in, are we ready to say this is going to be a school of choice, sort of a magnet model? And is the district ready to move forward with that?
Okay. Okay.
Well, okay, so
That depends on us. We're the board.
Yeah, that's,
I will do my part, and y'all can do your visioning and let me know what you want us to do. But I just want to remind you all that when Johnston closed and Eastside Memorial was forced, when Johnston was forced closed by the state and it reopened, right? We're under, I don't know how you're going to have answered that question, where y'all want to go with choice and everything else. But let me be really clear. We don't have a lot of flexibility with Eastside Memorial. We're not, I mean, as soon as that school got out of closure, it went back into AU. And so we're in a reconstitution plan. We don't have a lot of flexibility. We don't get to do what we would do at McCallum or something else. But one thing, I mean, I went to the school and asked the staff if people understood the closure reopen model. We still have to do that. We're still trying to manage all that's left over with the legs of the closure and now reconstitution. Let me remind everyone that Eastside Memorial is a school of choice. It's an open enrollment school with an assignment area. Okay, so when we started with it's got an assignment area so neighborhood kids can go to the school, but if other kids want to come in, they can. That was what this board, not maybe this board, but some other board, whatever year it was, that was part of the, yeah, I mean, like in order to get the school to open again, you had to agree to that. So what you have at the top, if that's if that's part of the model that we're trying to move toward, I can't speak for the whole district. I can talk to what we are scheduled on the agenda to sort out. I'll speak to this one vertical team. In order to make the top work, which is what we've said tonight about Pearson Garcia and elementary schools and everything else, McCallum, you name it, Anderson, if they're IB, what does it look like at kindergarten? If it's a neighborhood high school, how does that work so that the neighborhood stays strong all the way up? If it's an open enrollment high school, right, with an assignment area, and you got neighborhood kids, how do you make that start in kindergarten where people don't flee in the interim, right? So right now, we have so much choice in AISD, mostly through transfers, right? We're very, very liberal, very liberal. And you don't have to tell Ms. Bradley or Lori or I mean, I don't know to what extent you know about your district and these details, but East Austin has a huge, outflux of students. And because of that, the concept, while probably not ideal, but it's certainly what we're dealing with at the top level, to backward map this entire thing so that Eastside Memorial can be successful, you need some kind of matching design. And we even said that about McCallum, right? People were like, you got to clean up Lamar. You can't have a middle school, AAU, to go into the art school. I mean, take it out of this and look at something else. We were building backwards. This model, this concept, this philosophy about school reform and the board's direction in October of 2009 to build strong vertical teams with focus areas. You know, they had a, what do we call it, a signature. We had to build a signature design. So we've been working on that for 3 years, strengthening all these vertical teams. But you can't really do it in a cohesive, connected way without backward mapping from those high schools. So what I think you have in Eastside Memorial, unless we can negotiate our way out with another set of negotiations with the state and everything else, but, you know, to the best of our ability, y'all, maybe probably nobody noticed all the cleanup we did with the help of teachers at Eastside Memorial on athletics alone. We met time and time again about trying to not even fix the school, like even over the last year, how do we fix the athletic feeder piece so that it works for an open enrollment high school that's got an assignment area? And we made changes, and probably nobody saw that in my board weekly update, but we reported it to you because these are the little things that we do that require, it sounds tiny, but it makes a huge difference to a football team to be successful, to have kids who can actually come up and be in the team and build out a program. We're going to have to do it for the fine arts piece too. I mean, there's so many parts to make that design, which is unique to any other high school in Austin, as a result of closure and reopening, that we have to try to build into so we can make the high school work. So that's not an answer to choice, I don't think, but it was, to the best of our ability, an answer to what the board wanted in strong vertical teams. And you can't, the elementary schools and the way that families do choice, and we do, what's the one for DSEG? Diversity, choice, and everything else. We have a lot of things working against us that were set so many years ago that you're not going to be able to undo. You're not going to be able to undo easily or quickly by any stretch of the imagination. And whatever's left over, all we can do is build anew and try to make it match the design of that high school. Now, otherwise, you know, you're still, in order to do that, you're going to have to dismantle the high school piece again to try to make it all open enrollment or all neighborhood. But right now, what we have is a mixed design, and I'll just say, like, and I know this isn't how IDEA does their stuff in the Valley. They don't have an attendance area. And then from an attendance area, you look at an assignment area for a vertical team, and then you look at a certain, you know, limits around the city. We built this specifically to match what we're dealing with at the high school level. In the same way, we backmapped Anderson all the way down to dual language Chinese, or we backmapped McCallum to fix Lamar, and now we have the big grant by the anonymous donor to fix, you have the elementary schools focus on arts, and everyone, well, we're working on all of them, but we haven't fixed all of them. Every vertical team that this district has, that's what you can expect when we're all done. So in this vertical team, it is going to have some element of choice if at the end of the day you want people in that high school. And that's, you know, it's the most simple way that I can explain how it's supposed to work in that design. The rest of AISD, I think what you asked is a whole different question for all the other things that we're doing. But the level of choice and options in this vertical team for tonight has killed that vertical team from many years ago. They just, you know, it was all set up to give people a way out, but it's nothing to bring them in. And, you know, so, I mean, it's a tragedy, but it's what we've got, and trying to fix that, as you can see, has been a really hard thing to do. I just want to add to your history piece of your document. Well, I appreciate that it was real-time, institutional data and media reports. I have to say that I can only speak to the experience that I really know, and that's just the time I've been the superintendent. And this board knows that when you hired me, and you know, Robert, no, like I almost wanted to throttle him every time I heard it. The house is on fire. We've got so many AU schools. We have to get our arms around it. That first year was so much pressure, and I don't have to remind Ms. Bradley, but we were in it when, like on the second day of my job, the commissioner closed Pierce. What you're seeing today, and there's a transition in leadership in the state and everything, it was a totally different environment. So while I don't think we're totally out of the woods with that kind of intense drama from the state, I don't see anybody letting up on accountability, and the standards keep going. And this board still has goals that tells me I don't get a pass. We're not getting a pass on graduation rates. You still expect me to be at like 90%. What, Paul, is it next year? And we're at 82%, and we're still schlupping it. But I'm telling you, like, we're working at the pace that, so it's either we have to pull back on goals and expectations and take the consequences from the state. But I want to remind you, when I got here, we had no local authority. None. No local authority. It was taken away. Those people came in and sent in that, what were they called? Management oversight things. It took us 2 years to get out from underneath it. So it's just everything that we do still has some consequence out there. And while I know it may feel for some kind of messy, but, you know, I brought my stuff on the day that we did a whole board retreat on just district policy EL. That's the charter policy piece. And we spent goo gobs of time agonizing over how to do this in a way that would, yes, offer choice, but most importantly, not feed into the things that people, I use the word fear, we're fearful of the most. Is it going to skim more? Is the neighborhood not going to have an opportunity to participate? And the board went through all of those details. So from my read on this, it did not happen quickly. It happened over years and years of work. And I know Pete Montoya's out there, and I just have to say this. He may have attended, I think, 20 meetings with me and other people going around talking about Eastside Memorial, talking about this vertical team, talking about the concerns that the community had. And so the strategy, the approach that Ms. Bradley described about how she started in getting feedback from the community on Pearson Garcia was very similar for what I experienced with the former trustee of District 2, where we were just, you know, I was sent out to so many meetings and so many backyards and so many kitchens and living rooms and breakfast tacos that it was just a lot of feedback that people knew that it was not getting better and we had to do something drastic and bold, you know, right or wrong. I'm just saying there was a lot of other things. So it started coming to life more as we were putting those things together. But I really feel like the choice piece was so essential to making Eastside Memorial successful if we have to keep that design that we promised to do so that we could open the school then again after closure. And it's so different to the rest of choice.
And let me just say, before we were forced to have Eastside Memorial become a school of choice, NCLB made it a school of choice by default.
Right. People left.
My question really wasn't about the whole district. It was really just about this school. And I think I just didn't do a very good job of articulating it. But you did a really good job of describing what I see as a future 5 to 7 year problem with the way we're currently set up. And you said it very well, giving people every reason to move on and not stay. I have not found in my own research a charter model where we don't end up with the numbers that we see coming out of IDEA in the Valley, where it's skimming and cherry picking. And you described the problem very well. And I don't see how, given the first year students that we're starting with, we're going to end up in a different place. I don't know what's going to change to have us not end up with fewer than 20% of the kids that go to the school that are, you know, from the neighborhood. And then, you know, what does that mean moving forward? So you articulated my question a lot better than I did. But I didn't hear anything that addresses what's going to change in year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, to not end up with exactly what we didn't want from a charter partnership.
May I?
Yeah.
I mean, what we want to do and what, you know, if we could focus on this piece of it, right? What we want to do is bring people back into the district that have left the district altogether, but are from that neighborhood, right? That's a huge piece of what can really help with getting more people from the neighborhood back into not just this school, but like any Eastside Memorial School, especially now that what I see is that the vertical team, is, from my administrative perspective, when I work with the principals, they're working much closer together and working toward more common goals. But if we can get more people coming back to AISD that have left us altogether, that's the first place. The second piece that I think is going to be really successful, and I think that just benefits the whole vertical team. I mean, a great day would be that there's so many kids back, and we know there's enough kids there to overwhelm Eastside Memorial if they all came back, right? If they all stayed in their neighborhood school, we wouldn't have enough space. It would be an amazing thing if we had to have 2 high schools in District 2. That would be great. So I want to work toward that. But getting people back, also, you know, ensuring that, and I just have to say, I mean, there are some families that now, as you can see, that now that we have an option where it's not AISD, it is a different brand, it has a different program, that they're willing to choose it too. But that you're going to need all those big numbers coming up, plus Martin, you're going to need everything to get that high school back kind of kick-started with a big, robust, you know, budget and numbers that allows for you to be able to afford the kind of programming that we want to do. I also, I think, you know, one of the things that we talked about a lot was oh gosh, I just forgot that piece. Anyway, but I mean, what you want to do is bring new numbers, new students into the design. And if the neighborhood is the focus, right, and we don't ever do this in our business, you know, like we have slick stuff and fancy pamphlets and we go do things like that, people think we're wasting money. I think we assume too much and that we don't work hard enough recruiting and thanking our parents for choosing us anyway, but really recruiting us, right, and bringing them in. And so I think there's going to be a really big piece around, you know, marketing and outreach, and even to that model that's in Grand Prairie. What we saw in that model is they did more. They opened up and brought, I mean, they brought people from outside of the district in, right? And people, they poach from us all the time in other districts. It's like, I think you're going to have a bit of a hybrid to get traction so that you have a future at Eastside Memorial. And I do believe that over time, that not only will families want to be in the neighborhood schools that we have that are, you know, traditional AISD schools, but that they'll also want to be in this school, and you'll have other good choices that build up into that open enrollment assignment area design that gives you a real high school for a change. It just, they barely can do the basic stuff. But anyway, I mean, when that was the spirit of the whole effort. And, you know, without that.
So just want to, on your point about, if I may, on bringing students back from outside charters. Today I had several conversations with parents who said, I'm on the wait list for Harmony, I'm on the wait list for KIPP, you know, who have been trying to get into other charters, and they were excited to be able to come to Idea Allen, and as a result are still in the district. And so I do think that is something. One of the reasons that we're here is because it's a partnership. I mean, I personally am part of this board because, to Lori's point, I think that we're not gonna solve this problem if we're on opposite sides. I think that this is a chance for us to come together and learn from each other. To the issue of choice, I mean, I really appreciated Trustee Hinojosa's comments earlier tonight about talking about community engagement and listening to the parents and listening to their wisdom and really affirming their choices. We have 550 parents who have chosen to come to this school. And I think more than anything that we can say, that's a really powerful message. And, you know, I just want to make sure that that gets, you know, accounted for.
If I may, we don't have to guess at what the numbers are. If we're going to talk about this, I'd rather this just kind of have it on the table. You know, well, I think you know off the top of your head, Dr. Christopher, how many families in AISD choose AISD, and at Idea Allen, how many families, you know, came from various schools, what they, you know, where they came from, where they, how they ended up at the school. So, and I do respect and honor that point that families have made the choice for Idea, but I don't think we have to guess at where they come from or how that came to be, or make anecdotal points based on what we say the numbers are. And to your earlier point about marketing and advertising, that's what I do during the day. And I just I'm gravely concerned about at what cost do we fill this school? You know, at what, and not just in terms of advertising dollars. I think you said $242 per student, but folks like me love to hear that. But I'm talking about the on-the-ground, grassroots, divisive way of reaching out to students, and maybe perhaps there is some collaboration or conversation needed there. You know, people say no, they mean no, move along. But just still concerns about at what cost, you know, and what's our ROI on this investment. I don't just mean in terms of dollars, I definitely mean in terms of education and community goodwill. So I will leave it alone and move away.
Are there, Ms. Tice?
My question has to do with kids who are not at Idea Allen, who are in the attendance zone and who chose not to go there. And then there's on page 4 of the contract under program services, it says Idea agrees to number 3, accept any eligible student if space is available in the appropriate grade if the Idea school is an appropriate educational setting as determined by AISD after consultation with Idea. How does that fit with, I mean, my concept of public education, public schools is that we accept everybody, just like Trustee Moya said, and we educate them all. This one sounds like there's some caveats involved in taking in students. Is this beyond the enrollment capacity, or what exactly does that mean?
What paragraph?
That's page 4, letter C3
Okay, thank you.
of the contract. It seems like there's and your program is college prep, and that's a wonderful program to have, a wonderful standard to have. But my question again is those students who were in that attendance area who did not choose to go there, or their parents didn't choose to go there. And then I have concerns about special needs students, how they're being served. It says that you will accept them. Are your teachers certified in special education, the ones who work with them? How much experience have they had in working with special ed students? So those are my concerns.
To the contract, Mr. President, trustees of the board, Trustee Taj. It is, sorry. To the contract, yes, this is, you know, and you know this is how it works in other schools too, right? Sometimes we have to, you can't just keep sending kids when it's over-enrolled or, right, so this is all about space available, right? So, and right now, I mean, we're still growing the program. That's not as much an issue, but like a school like Murchison, it's an issue right now. And that's the point of kind of that piece. The second piece about special education, was there something specific? Because yes, they do serve special ed, that's in the contract, and you were rattling off a ton of numbers, but I know it was like they have about 1 in 10 are special education. The teachers are certified.
All the teachers that work with the students
Yes.
are certified special ed. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Boyd, and then Dr. Mathias.
To further expand on what Trustee Teich was saying on that particular item in the contract, to me it also means, and I might be misunderstanding it, but it also means to me that after consultation with IDEA, if the family decides that this is not an appropriate educational setting for them, that they don't have to go. You know, because it says in here, accept all eligible students. And so when we talk about, you know, is an appropriate educational setting as determined by AISD after consultation with IDEA. It seems to me that it meant something else to me too when I read it, thinking that maybe I read too far between the lines.
But it's also like, if somebody says, I want to go there because I want two-way dual language immersion, right? It's not the school design. It's not the educational, it's not the right educational setting. I would recommend they go to Becker or Ridgetop or something else if they're trying to make a
That's
choice.
what they want, yeah.
Dr. Mathias?
I'm prepared to make a proposal to begin drawing this to a close here.
Please.
What I'm thinking is East Austin is historically divided. We see factions even in this room. It seems to me that rather than rushing into a decision, it seems that I would be willing to propose that we, as a Board of Trustees, allow IDEA to continue operating as they are into the 2013-2014 academic year, with the condition that they would not be expanding next academic year into Eastside Memorial High School. We have two factions going in the room, and I think that it's a proposal that would at least give us as trustees time to sort through the issues rather than feeling rushed to make a decision by December the 31st about pulling out of that school at the end of this academic year, which I'm prepared to have that conversation too, but
Just to be clear, do they expand into East Side in 2 years?
No.
next year.
Mr. President, trustees of the board, next year, grades 6 and 7 go into Eastside Memorial,
Okay.
where there is
Right.
much space and availability for the growth plan.
So I'm willing to propose that we continue the contract on the condition that they would not be expanding into Eastside Memorial High School next academic year.
Ms. Bradley and then Mr. Snyder.
I am going to say to Trustee Mathias, actually, it's interesting reading that because actually I was expecting something else, and what you did try to do was find a win-win.
We need to bring the community together.
Yeah, so I have to say I have to appreciate that, and I'm not particularly saying I agree with your win-win, but I do appreciate that you tried to bring something that you thought could work with the entire community. So I have to say that I do appreciate that. I think one of the things that we're not looking at is the capacity of Allen, because Allen was originally a middle school before it was an elementary. And so if we're talking about expanding, what are we looking at capacity? How many kids can the school hold? And could we expand it to a K through 12? Because we have to remember something. These are still our students, and these are still our families. So we still have to do the right thing for children, and we always have to remember, we have to do the right thing for kids. Okay, so can someone talk to me about the capacity? I know Mr. Turner is still is back there, Mr. Fryer, but can we talk about the capacity, and can the school hold K through 12?
The school, Ms. Bradley, I can tell you that the school cannot hold K through 12 at the size of, what was it, 8? I'm sorry, I got to get my little piece of paper real quick.
So the question that I would ask is, could it hold K through 3rd grade and 6th and 7th?
Right. Okay, so let me just do, I'll do
Well,
numbers.
One second, then, before you give me that. So
Yeah.
now you were speaking of it not expanding into Eastside.
Memorial High
Were you
School next
actually
year.
okay. So were you actually just speaking of it just becoming a K, growing to a K through 8, or were you speaking of it growing through a K through 12 at the Allen?
I'm not thinking that far into the future. I'm thinking that we as a board need time to talk through these issues. The challenge is that we have a deadline on December the 31st to make a decision, if we're going to make a decision about terminating this contract. I'm not suggesting that. I'm willing to continue the contract. I'm suggesting that we continue the contract on the condition that next year the program not be expanded to Eastside Memorial High School, that it remain contained within the walls of Allen Elementary School.
Okay.
We're looking at numbers?
Yeah, go ahead and give me the capacity numbers.
Okay, so it's about 673 permanent and functional capacity. Paul or Lawrence or somebody is permanent and functional. Okay, so 673. And by the 13, 14 school year with K1, 2, 3, it should be 500 students, am I right? Okay. I mean,
We're
I'm sorry.
already over 500 students.
No, wait, no, I know, but you're counting sixth grade.
All right.
Right, so, so K through 3, with our estimates, like when we started our estimates in the first fact sheet, when y'all approved it last year, we're almost on the money with the numbers today with K through 2 and 6. So if you were to break it up, or maybe I should say we should probably add it, but for K through 3, we were anticipating like 500, but, you know, that's not the hard number, but that was our math on that. And then for 6 and 7, it's 450. Yeah. It's 673 permanent and functional. And I mean, we did all, we did all this in large part because we were thinking we could possibly do the pre-K, we were trying to do, in the first piece, the pre-K 8. It did not fit neatly. And also, it's not the school design that they do best, right? I mean, they do elementary, and then they do a lot 6 through 12. So when we first considered this, I mean, we even thought no elementary whatsoever and start right at 6 and go into 12. But to build the vertical team and to, again, answer a lot of the, you know, your original question, to get it right, grow it from scratch and do them, you know, like Mr. Trustee Mathias described, you grow each grade level at a time. So you've got a stronger vertical team at elementary with, and I know we haven't talked that much about academics, but remember the big goal of this school is 100% graduation rates. And let me just remind the board of the pressure we are under to deliver on the targets around graduation, given the expectations in the strategic plan. And so the 100% graduation rate piece is a huge part of the culture and the design that we're doing. There's only one other school in AISD that says that as part of their goal statement. Do you know which one it is? Ann Richards. Right?
Go ahead.
Time check, 45 minutes over.
Thank you.
How are you going to
So,
time check me and you
and then
don't-
by, and then Ms. Bradley,
Fairman, you
she's
gonna
the
time
secretary.
check
She did it on cards. She was far more quiet about it. I'll get you some cards.
You know what?
He's doing
All right.
his secretary thing.
All right, let's-
Is this first? Is this first? Okay. And then by 14, 15, in K through 4, it would be about 625, and then 6 through 8 would be
Okay.
675.
Okay. So, Ms. Bradley, go ahead.
Mr. Schneider, can you help me with the state closure of Johnston? And now, from my understanding with that closure, we could not have a vertical team. Was that correct? Am I not remembering? I couldn't have an attendance zone.
No, you have an assignment area. You also had to have open, you have an assignment area, but you also had to have open
But
enrollment.
I
No,
thought
no, no,
we
I
could not
think,
have. Am I?
I think the question is, when Johnston High School was closed, that one of the stipulations is that when we reopened it, we could not have an attendance zone for the school. Everything had to be, every kid that went there had to be opt-in. Is that
They made us do that.
right?
They made us do the same thing for Pierce. When they closed Pierce, we had to go door to door and ask people to sign their name on the dotted line. And we did that door to door.
Okay, so basically, there's just a vertical team from elementary to middle school, but not high school. Right? Wrong? No?
I don't, ask me that again in a different way, or what do you
If
mean by
this-
that?
Okay, if, in order to go to East Side, it's by choice. So the actual vertical team is just the elementary and the middle school? Because that would be an attendance zone, would it not?
I mean,
Am I just making it more complicated?
well, when I was over at Eastside Memorial, we were on the phone trying to understand it all from those people, like the Zoe kind of people, who have to track all this stuff. But effectively, I mean, I would say in layman's terms, what you described is really what takes place. I mean, you have your neighborhood high school, but if they don't want to go there, they have that other choice. It's not like, they automatically have the other choice, unlike other schools,
Okay, well then, just to make a long, just not to stop thinking, to be honest, I don't particularly have a problem with what you're suggesting. What I do have a problem with is, I do not feel that if we're looking at these numbers, that we can actually put that many kids in that school, and we have to think about what's best for children. So, I wished I could get to where.
We do it with
where you're-
portables all the time, yeah.
So where would, and I thought about that too, but I'm not a portable person, so I don't really care for portables, but I thought about that too. And I guess I'm trying my best to see how I could get there.
Sure, go ahead.
So, I just want to check for understanding. What I'd like to be able to do, which I can't do at the table like this, is to be able to sit down with all the team and all the folks that have all these niggly details of kids and tracking and everything else, my facilities team, Zoe, and all those other people that are the hamsters in the wheel, with ideas, leadership as well, and really think through all the implications of what you just described, right? We know it doesn't fit, and I know we've got space at Eastside Memorial without, virtually changing anything, about the school. But for the purposes of tonight, the guidance, I can try to go back and figure out things and send y'all responses and be prepared to continue to update you on it. But what I need to understand is if you're going into December 17th, while I know you said, something about the contract, like it's, to leave the contract going, but to change the contract will require an action on December 17th if we're changing something.
Why would that be?
Well, I've got to, if there's two people in the contract, I still got to negotiate it with people and be sure that we've talked to our partners so that there's a mutual agreement. Unless the board's saying, if you can't leave that school. I don't know what, I don't know what I really don't know what we're saying here. Like, if it doesn't work, are we still moving forward, but you would be changing the contract?
Okay. Mr. Snyder, and then Ms. Barksdale.
Gee, and I was just looking at the clock to see if it was midnight yet. Mr. Waxler, I've got some questions I think I can just direct at you, since I'm pretty sure you know the answer, and we can save some time, so. Not to pick on you, Mel.
No.
Anyway, mention was made earlier about charters and how they're expanding and, causing impacts on public ed in Texas. We essentially have a cap on charters in place under state law at the moment, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that cap, I don't want to say it hasn't been modified, but it hasn't been doubled. Do you recall the just 5-year history on it in terms of whether things were increased recently or not?
I can't give you the accurate data on it. I know that it's been increased,
Okay.
Mr. Schneider, and there's continuing talk about further increases.
Okay. And am I correct in saying that if XYZ organization has a charter with the state, that they are then able to add any number of schools they want to, as long as they have that charter.
That is correct.
So we're not really limiting the ability of charters to expand, and there is no imminent threat of, the district being inundated or flooded with charters, because they've already got the floodgates open, and the selected set can do whatever they want to in terms of implementing charters.
So if you, is this on?
Yes.
Not now. There
Ms.
you go.
Bradley? So, it's still not on?
I thought it was.
How about now? So, Mr. Schneider, if you look at it from that vantage point, and it's the state's regulation of charters, I think everything that you said is correct. I don't know whether it takes into consideration the legitimate competition that occurs for students among charters, public schools, and private schools. So the extent to which you have some sort of partnership that draws students into your district in an in-district charter, it does make a difference when you compare that to allowing students to migrate out of your district, and if they're choosing charter schools that are open enrollment that are not in district.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that my
You bet.
thought understanding was matching somebody else's. At least. One of the things that was most troublesome to me about this was just the manner in which it was done. I mean, I think I alluded earlier that we have to change the way that we do some of these things, because we're seriously undermining our reputation and other things in the district. And, the night and day contrast for me on this has been what happened with IDEA versus what happened with the Travis Heights charter, in-district charter proposal. You've got one that they worked through it for 2 years, got total, just about total community buy-in. I've heard one or two instances where somebody's not 100% behind it, but I mean, they're not out throwing bricks in the street either. And, as I think I mentioned to you when we had the discussion about the Travis Heights proposal, Dr. Kirchhoffen, I mean, I would really, really love to see that made a standard for folks that want to do in-district charter. I mean, a way to buy in, community support to get to a point where we don't have some of the things that happened to Allen happen to other schools in the district if folks want to go down that route. I'm also a little concerned about, Mr. Torres, your statement about getting the record straight and facts clear. When IDEA happened, there was an article in the paper by one of the Statesman's reporters where a number of emails were requested that were related to IDEA and how they came into the district. And I asked to see a copy of those. Dr. Kirchhoffen, you were kind enough to put a rather thick binder up there, but I ultimately read through nearly all of it and didn't get to the bottom 20 pages or so. But one of the things that struck me was that IDEA was clearly applying to become a charter in the district, but it wasn't the only one. And in spite of statements that have been made, it was very clear to me, at least, that another charter organization really wanted to come in and at least talk to the district in some serious way about getting a charter. My personal opinion is that other charter would have been a better way to go. It certainly would have addressed some of the academic concerns I've got about this. As an example, today, I went to the Higher Education Coordinating Board website and pulled down their data. For folks that claim they're a college prep school, your numbers aren't very good. You're getting, for folks that go to four-year schools, about 46% of your kids are flunking out in the first year. For kids that go to two-year schools, that number is 66%. And when you combine that with some of the issues that went ahead with your numbers during the summer where you were saying you had to have a lottery at one point and start a school, you're still trying to fill your numbers. I frankly don't know what to believe anymore. And, I mean, I have very serious concerns about going forward with this. I do appreciate Dr. Mathias's idea. I hope our staff is able to find a way to accommodate it in some way. But, I mean, I'm really concerned about the direction of what we're doing with kids in this vertical team.
Ms. Barksdale.
I have the same exact concerns, and I'm willing to have an up or down vote on this contract on this month or in January, or or discuss your proposal and not to do a disservice to the families that have chosen IDEA. And to your point, they are our kids, and I don't want to repeat the mistake of shoving something down their throats. They've made a choice. So in the spirit of that, in the spirit of doing things how I think our school district could do it, which is honoring families and honoring what they want for their kids, I'm willing to support looking at taking a slower and more methodical look at what is the right partnership for us in this vertical team. But again, also willing to vote up or down in December or January, but willing to support fitting kids.
Can't do it in January.
Okay, fine. December then, if that's what the contract says. But willing to take a look at something the administration can put forward to have a compromise that honors families that have made a choice for IDEA, to give this board a year or so, or some time, to look at making this fit in a more reasonable way, or making some choice fit in a more reasonable way.
Ms. Moya.
Thank you. Just have about 4 different things I wanted to mention. One is to Dr. Karstaffin's conversation about, or comments about back building, you know, in a vertical team. A few years ago, maybe 3, the reading level of students at Eastside Memorial was at the 3rd grade reading level. And I don't remember how many years ago it was, but I do remember it's within the last 6 since I've been on the board. So, and I think that's really important, because to support the idea of making sure that you've got very, very strong elementary programs that are building into your high school program, because ultimately what happens with the way accountability is right now, the high school is the one that pays the price for you know, things that don't go right, you know, at elementary and middle school. And you don't, 4 years doesn't give you enough time to fix all that. Trustee Barksdale, I'm glad you mentioned the parents who have chosen IDEA, because in the spirit of community engagement that so many people on this dais are so, you know, have spoken so eloquently about in the last few months, I am not aware of any community engagement that has been directed specifically at that group of parents to ask them what they want, what they expect, what they want for their children going forward. And I don't believe that it is fair for us to even, you know, with all due respect, make a compromise without asking them what they want for their children. Pardon me?
Please continue on. We're
Okay.
running out of time.
Robert, to your point about the charter cap, I believe, but maybe somebody else would have better information, but I believe that the charter cap was raised last session. But you are correct that there is discussion about raising it yet again this session. And I believe, Dr. Karstaffen, you said something about neighboring school districts poaching from us. In North Texas, the school districts up there are completely open, and kids go back and forth from one school district to another all the time. It boggles my brain. But they do that, they do this from one school district to the other all the time, and the school districts up there do not care. Grand Prairie, Dallas, Denton, Plano, all of them. which is something that we don't really do down here, except we do have poachers. So I just wanted to mention that because that is something that happens in other parts of the state. It just doesn't happen on a regular basis here. That concludes my 4 comments.
Ms. Ellens?
I'm just asking for a little clarification on what Eastside Memorial actually looks like at the end of this plan. Is it a shared campus between Idea Allen and Eastside Memorial?
It is a shared campus as kids continue to finish out their high school careers. But by 17, 18, it is one campus with the IDEA academic programming for college readiness and STEM.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just to correct the record in the spirit of, clearing up misperceptions, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, I think, which is the source of the data that you looked at, actually named IDEA Public Schools the best school for low-income students in the state of Texas in 2011. And I think for the bleary-eyed teachers and principals and administrators who, are sitting behind me, who are pouring their hearts and souls into our school every day, we are going to achieve our results of sending 100% of students to college, and it's just what we do every day. We're absolutely committed to this partnership, and want to work with the superintendent and the trustees to move forward. But I think, we do need to make sure that we're not just continuing misperceptions about what we're about and what our track record is.
And I'd like to add to that, as a professor at UT Law School and as someone who is at the University of Texas, this is a problem. What we're finding across the state of Texas is that low-income kids who get to college have a really hard time achieving in college because there's all kinds of factors, some of them financial, and there's all kinds of resources. There's an entire office at UT that's dedicated to first-generation college students, to low-income college students, and making sure that they actually finish. So this is not a problem that is just specific to IDEA. This is a problem that's across the state for low-income minority students who are going to college with lots of obstacles. However, having said that, IDEA recognizes this. We don't hold ourselves to the same standards, and our board and our senior leadership has set new targets and goals that our students are not just going to go to college, but they're going to perform at the college-ready level at all college entrance exams, so that when they get to college, they will persist and they finish. And so this is something that we take very seriously, and that we're working to make sure that we get our kids not just to college, but through college as well.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll come back to you, Ms. Ellens. Go finish. Okay, Ms. Hinojosa. Okay.
I would just say the numbers are what they are. Obviously, you guys know them as well as I do. And the part that concerns me is that folks that claim they're college prep academies and nearly half of their kids flunk out in the first year, I mean, that is not doing what you say you're doing, whether it's you or any other charters are out there. And, I think that if we're going to be saying that we're doing something, we really ought to be making the real effort to get to that point and then make that claim versus, doing what's going on right now.
Go ahead, Ms. Hinojosa.
So we got the numbers about where students at IDEA Allen came from, but I didn't understand if we know specifically how many came from other private schools or charter schools. That didn't make sense to me. Do you know those numbers?
We can't do private schools because they don't have to give us their data. But we can do charter schools, and typically we have to wait for the state to finish getting all their numbers straight. But we do track them, and we can track them.
But we don't.
Do you have that number now?
Yeah, so we know that 9 students who are at IDEA Allen now were at charter schools last year, and we know that there are 50 students who are not in AISD last year, so some of those may have been in private schools, or they may have come back into the district. But I think just another important statistic to think about is how many students are leaving AISD every year, and how many would have left if we hadn't opened as an in-district charter.
Okay, what did you say? Did you say 50 came from outside the district?
Yeah, so 50 of our students this year, or 10%, were not in AISD last year.
Okay. Also, I don't understand at this point how Martin fits into the plan for IDEA. What happens? Where do Martin kids go? If we see through this plan with IDEA.
Right, so, again, depending on enrollment size, I mean, just, there's so many things. We're in the first 3 months of it, so I don't know all the numbers and can't project the future. But as it stands right now, Martin kids can still go to Eastside Memorial, and they can for the next, so long as there's space, and they're, they still, so right now, Martin still does what Martin does. By and large, those kids go to other high schools as well, so they still have that transfer choice and things of that sort. Well, diversity choice, well, yes. So, I mean, so all those things are still in motion. It's going to become, I think, more important as over time, as the elementary school numbers, fill up, the vertical team, the grade levels continue to grow. How much space we have in the school. I would suspect that kids who are coming up through the IDEA design and into the school will want to stay. And this is where, much like many of our other schools, you're either adding capacity to a building, or you're considering, which would be the most blessed thing ever, a second high school site and design. So I spent a lot of time with Board President Williams and former trustee Guzman working through what looks like a kind of a several-year cycle on what most of our program designs need and take before we can make those decisions. And the way that it looked is when we were going kind of around the timeline of what different growth models and things might look like in about the 6th year, we probably, if all things are going well and people are coming back and there's a lot of, neighborhood interest and things of that sort, you will want to have a second high school site. A little bit like, the South High School discussion we're talking about. What's the best academic program? What's the design? Is it comprehensive? Is it not? But that's if all stars are aligned and you're getting the growth that you need to be able to fill up a very large high school site, what is the capacity of Eastside Memorial? It's like
1,700?
Yeah, 1,700, it's huge. So
is there a scenario where kids from Go Valley, Ortega, Martin, they'll feed into IDEA at Eastside Memorial?
They have to go to one of the middle schools.
They have to go somewhere else. They
Have
wouldn't.
to go to one of the middle schools.
Well, no, I know.
Oh.
But what is their track? I don't
So
understand
it
what their
depends.
track is.
Ortega, like pick Sanchez. Sanchez basically goes straight to Austin High. Pick another one. Most people are going, if they're not going to Martin, they're going to O'Henry. What's that? Yeah, or Lamar. I mean, so we have tons of tracking patterns where either whole schools or large numbers of kids from schools are bypassing the entire vertical team.
But
if not, they're going to Martin.
But can those kids, if they don't, is there a scenario where they'll end up at IDEA?
If they want to go, yes.
Yeah, so they don't have to go all through. Is there a point at which they don't have to start at the beginning? So it
No,
could
they
be
don't have
that
an
kids,
application process.
so kids at Martin, if they wanted to, and if they wanted to, they would be, or I guess if they were still around, if Martin was still around.
Martin will have to be around.
Okay,
we need Martin if everything's going right, you need Martin to be able to sustain the kind of growth that you need for that whole vertical team, right?
Okay, so Martin, but, so right now, so I guess, so we just don't know. We don't know where Martin's going to go.
If they decide that they want to go there. I think that's the question that you're asking.
Yeah, I'm kind of asking where they'd be tracked, but I guess we don't know. That's the answer,
It's
right?
like, remember, we don't get to, you can't, force anyone to go to Eastside Memorial. I mean, under the design of Eastside Memorial. So it's the same,
Sure.
it's basically the same thing. You're going to have a similar design. So at the end of the day, they're going to make a choice. I want to stay in the vertical team and go to Eastside Memorial, not Eastside, but you want to go to the high school in the neighborhood, right? Or you're going to have so many kids, you're going to need to, like we're doing in South Austin, we need a new high school design to be able to receive kids into another high school site, right? I mean, or you can build out new stuff. I mean, Tamala, you talked a lot about, I forget the name of the one. Yeah, Townview. I mean, there's so many different designs. It's almost impossible to play the whole thing out when we're in the first 3 months and we're already talking about, like, potentially eliminating the contract. So, I mean, it's
Okay.
like I either can think about the future or get you ready to, close out the contract, but
I have one more question. I don't understand, did you say they are anticipating 350 more kids next year?
no, I mean, don't, because we start that thing about, like, these are the numbers of kids that they have to have and all that. What I said was, we did in the fact sheet, trying to check just what it would mean in a pattern, right? That next school year, 13, 14, about, I'm going to say it's probably going to be from 400 to 500 kids in K through 3, and then in 6, 7, it's about 450. And then at Eastside Memorial, there are probably going to be about 600 kids.
Okay.
So I just, it's not a hard number, but, we did try to play that out all the way to school year 17, 18, so we could see what the chunks would look like.
I'm sorry. Tamala.
Ask my question. I was going to say I'll wait for the time issue to be settled if we need to. I think we're close to 12, but I can go ahead and I have 2 questions. And I think just to ask, because I think I don't have a sense of this either, and I should. I've been around and should know this. If a child goes to an elementary school in the Eastside Memorial Vertical Team, and then they go to Martin, where do they matriculate to next? Where do they go next?
Well, right now, they have many choices.
They can go to their school of choice. I mean, they can pick a
it's-
school.
basically, that's how it's working. Or ideally, what we want them to do is to stay in the neighborhood and pick the neighborhood high school.
And the neighborhood high school will be IDEA at some point.
Over time,
Over
yes.
time. Okay. My second question is, and again, I should know this, it's late, I can't remember. Is IDEA written into the reconstitution plan currently for Eastside Memorial?
We have a reconstitution plan where we identified what was originally going to be one partner, right? And
Yeah.
at the last minute, the board may recall that all that changed at the last minute. And identifying an entity to partner with is in the reconstitution plan. Are they specifically named? No, but we did notify the state that the one that we had originally, at the last minute of the board meeting, in order for us to make the deadline, we still turned it in without the entity named. And instead, the language got changed at the last minute I think it was Education Labs out of Harvard or another entity, and that's how the language starts, to, serve as the partner in this reconstitution plan.
So it's not named for now? There's no named partner?
There is no named partner, but of course, we don't get to just ignore our reporting responsibilities to the state around our reconstitution plan. So everything that we've been doing, they are aware of and, have all the materials and things of that sort. So we turn those things in as part of our reporting and monitoring work.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, y'all just did the latest review of
we
those
did.
school improvement plans,
I could
and
remember
as
that.
you saw, IDEA was named, and so was responsive ed.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we're about time. We need to either have a motion to extend the meeting for 15 minutes or we adjourn. Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded.
All those in favor, oh, I'm sorry, how long do you want to extend?
15 minutes.
Seconded.
There's a motion to extend the meeting for 15 minutes. All those in favor, say, raise your right hand. I'm sorry, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-2. We'll extend for 15 minutes. Okay, so let me see if I can try and draw things to a close. Okay, I'm sorry.
I want to make it clear that I do not support canceling the contracts. I do not support that. I will say I do appreciate Trustee Matthias trying to find a win-win, so I will say that, but I do not support, by any stretch of the imagination, canceling the contract, because like I said before, we have to do what's in the best interest of kids. We have families. I do not agree with putting them in portables, because at that point then we're talking about an equity issue, and that's one thing that we constantly talk about. So I have a problem with that.
Okay, so and I want to appreciate Dr. Matthias's proposal. I think what I sense is a desire to try to use that proposal to help us spend some time fixing some problems that we have. And as I said in the beginning, I think there's some things that were done wrong, and I think, Mr. Snyder, I agree with you. I'd like to see what the process was for Travis Heights. May not be the process that we use for everything, but I think it's certainly something that we need to look at. But so in the interest of time, what I think I hear the board saying, Dr. Karstarfin, is if you were to bring a proposal next week to modify the contract to not extend Idea Allen into, or the middle school part of it into Eastside Memorial for the 13-14 school year, or whenever it would be, then I think this board would be receptive to supporting that at this point in time, with the condition that I think we all need to put it on our plate to talk about some of the hard issues, and how do we, to speak to Trustee Hinojosa's point, how do we listen to the community as to what they want us to really do? That's going to be the hard question, and that's the thing that we as trustees need to take on ourselves. I think there's a confidence that we need to have reestablished in the community, and it really involves us. So if we do this, part of that approval is an acknowledgement that we as trustees have some heavy lifting to do as to how we listen to the community and how we do it in a way that's respectful of them. Ms. Fernandez.
Just kind of points of clarification. So is what's on the table that the contract will be voted on in 2 weeks, and within that time, there's got to be a renegotiation of the contract? Because for me, what I'm hearing is that sounds to me like another rash decision. There are obviously lots of questions that still remain to be answered. And you know, we've talked about respecting the community. You know, there is not one community. I mean, we are all community. And somebody rightly pointed out that no one has talked to our parents. I'm meeting with several board members in the next coming days, and you know, would like to give you a tour of the school, would like to introduce you to some of our parents. And I just think that making this decision by December 17th, renegotiating a contract, is not in the spirit of the community engagement that so many of you have talked about. The other thing that I want to say about this is that if we continue, we are partners with you, and we can continue to talk about what does the expansion look like. We can sit around the table. You don't have to decide everything now. And we're here, we're partners, you know, for better or for worse. Some people think for better, some people think for worse, but we're here to engage with you. And so, you know, I would just like to put that on the table and make sure that we walk away understanding exactly what it is that's going to happen in the next 2 weeks.
I appreciate your point, but I think the proposal that's been made has been very specific. Now, does that mean that as we take time to understand, there may be a change to the change, if you will? In other words, as we go forward and we hear what the parents have to say, then the ultimate plan may change at that point in time once we get that input. I think it would be rash to think that we can get all that input and have the trustees have the benefit of what that input is by the 17th. And so what I understand this proposal to do is really to give us some time with the assurance that we're not going to extend into East Side Memorial unless that's what the parents want, unless that's what the community ultimately, we hear the community saying that that's what they want. And then it may be that we end up coming back and changing the contract if that's indeed what we end up hearing.
But when will that vote be taken? I guess I'm still not understanding just the timeline of how that happens.
That would have to be on the 17th.
So between now and then, there will be a community engagement process.
No. What we're saying is that this would offer us some time to engage the community after the 17th in a respectful, thoughtful manner.
So what happens on the 17th?
We would have a proposal that is in the spirit of what Dr. Mathias has proposed.
So there will be a vote on whether or not to terminate the contract on the 17th. Is that?
It's not a termination.
Or to change the contract?
Right. Dr. Mathias.
It could be a vote to terminate the contract. I'm hearing that there are trustees who are willing to have a yes/no vote. I'm stepping back from that and saying, let's see if we can work out something in the next 2 weeks that avoids that scenario.
Okay, wait, okay. So what I heard you say the first time is that it wasn't about bringing the contract for a vote. I'm just trying to track all this, and that my direction was to try to figure out a way that perhaps the growth design could fit somehow, at least temporarily,
Right.
without the extension into East Side Memorial.
Right.
That was the first thing. Now I'm hearing that we may, all I need to do as the administration is I've got to know how I'm setting up the agenda item, and we need to tell the public, you end the contract on the 17th, up, down vote, right? I mean, I think you should tell them so
That's not
people know.
what you said.
That's not what you said?
No.
I'm
That's-
simply pointing out that there are various trustees around the table who are indicating that they're ready for a yes/no vote. I'm one of them.
Ms. Moya.
I can't support making any changes or adjustments to the contract without talking to those who are directly affected by any decision we make about this. And we haven't, and that has not been done. Hang on, guys, just a moment. Just a moment. This is about trying to do things, learning from the past, right? And trying to do things in a better way. And part of doing that in a better way is talking to those who are most directly impacted to find out what it is they want. I realize we can't necessarily have a meaningful community engagement in 2 weeks. And so why would we even need to make a change to the contract until after we do all of that, figure out what it is we want to do, and then, after they've got a year under their belt and we know what the statistics are and the stats are and all that jazz, we've had time to talk with the community, including those who don't attend the school, but find out from those parents who are directly affected on what they want for their children, because they're the ones that are going to be living it.
As I understand, it's because we have the contract that basically says if we do not either accept it or cancel it, then it continues on, and that's not acceptable. I think, I'm getting the sense, that there are enough trustees at the table that would not support that. And so the contract would end, and so exactly what you're not wanting to happen would happen. In other words, by default, there would be a lot of people in the community that would be surprised as to what ends up happening at that point. What is on the table gives us some time to continue to work through this. And yes, it is something that's going to happen in the future, but at least we have some time to work through that.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, exactly, I do.
Right.
But I am quite surprised that there would be at least 5 members on this board who would vote to cancel this contract after an election cycle in which many of you campaigned on meaningful community engagement. And if you would take a vote to cancel this contract in 2 weeks without having meaningful community engagement with all affected members of the community, then you are going directly against what you campaigned for.
Elections have consequences.
Ms. Barksdale?
Thank you for that. Here, I'll give you my take on that. And again, I respect the choices that families have made to enroll in IDEA. I think it's 80% of the kids, families who could choose IDEA didn't. They are also affected by this. Kids who go to the school are affected by it, and kids who were displaced from their neighborhood school are affected by it. So I think that I want to make clear that what's on the table here it is a way out. Let me speak, please. Order. Okay. I think what's on the table here, just to make sure I'm clear about my desires at this point, or what I'm willing to support at this point, is not to relitigate where we were 50 weeks ago. I think you said 50 or 51 weeks ago, but to acknowledge grave missteps on the part of this board in terms of community engagement and community involvement. Again, 80% of families have said no to this. Families have opted in from all over the city. 80% of families at Allen have said no. I'm listening to that. That is meaningful community engagement. That's voting with your feet. That's saying I'm showing up with my kid or not. I'm hearing that. I would like for us to have a deeper, more meaningful conversation with everyone in this room, folks on the right side, folks on the left side, at the table having a conversation about what's next and informing this board about what can work. So that's where I'm sort of rebutting what you're saying in terms of people on the campaign trail, hearing and listening. I don't think it's necessarily constructive to directly rebut everything that's said at this table, but I think stopping to ask at this point what families who have chosen IDEA, what they want for their kids is a lot more than the kids who were at Allen last year got. They came to this board and they said no and no and no and no again, and we moved forward.
Trustee Barksdale, I just have to
I would
say...
like not to be interrupted. They said no and no and no again. We moved forward. So my take on this proposal is a chance to correct some missteps on the part of the board, not necessarily undo things that the board has done in the past year or so, but to listen in a more meaningful way to the community directly affected, indirectly affected, and at large. I don't have any issue with democracy or people from my neighborhood or District 5 weighing in on this, even though it doesn't directly affect their kids. But the people for whom it directly affects, they've also spoken. So that's my desire.
Okay, Ms. Ellens.
Time check, 5 minutes.
To that point, what happens if the contract cancels? What happens to the children who have chosen another elementary school? And do they now have to go back to Allen, or do they now get a choice to stay where they are?
Dr. Garfin.
You will have to tell me. When we worked out the other design, the board will have to tell me what you want to do with the kids.
So I would just suggest that in our community outreach, that community is consulted as well.
Okay.
My perspective?
Ms. Bradley and then Dr. Mathias.
I don't want to sit here and argue back and forth about this one way or the other, but Dr. Mathias, you said election has consequences, and that may be so. But our children should not be part of those consequences. In the morning, kids are going to wake up and they're going to go to school, and they're going to go to Allen. And we're sitting up here deciding and fighting about something that has been done and what have you. But in the meantime, we still have babies in that school. And at what point do we put their need first? Now, I understand why people are upset. I do. But when it gets to the point that you cannot put the needs of a child first, then as far as I'm concerned, we need to disband this board and go on and do something else. Because children are supposed to come first at all times. And I don't care whether anybody around this board agrees with me or not. Because I'm having a hard time understanding, where do children come in? Now, I've already said I appreciate what you tried to do. I do. But we're going to have a capacity issue. So what do we do with the babies then? And we're sitting up here talking about if. Well, if my behind. I can't believe we're sitting up here doing this. This is the craziest thing. It's just,
Okay,
I'm through.
we're up against time. Is there a motion that we extend the meeting another 10 or 15 minutes?
No, it's time to go home. No, it's time to go. We don't need to extend nothing,
Yes.
period.
I just have to say, I have no idea what y'all are asking me to do. So if this
haven't gotten
meeting,
there yet.
I know, if this meeting ends without an extension, we have unclear direction.
Right. Mr. Snyder?
Dr. Starfin, my take on this was that Dr. Mathias made a suggestion to explore putting all the kids at Allen and not expanding in East Side. That should be the direction that you need from the board in terms of, is that a viable solution? Is there some way that can be made to work? The whole deal about canceling the contract, I don't take that as part of his suggestion. Somebody else may make a motion to do that. If they do, the board will vote on it and chips will fall where they lie. But the proposal on the table, as far as I am concerned, is that can we put the kids at Allen Elementary in some way and not expand into East Side next year? And, I mean, it's up to you guys to answer that question.
Is there a motion to
I
extend?
move that we extend 2 minutes.
Make it
Do we need
5.
more?
5.
I move that we extend 5 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of extending 5 more minutes, please raise your right hand.
That was me too.
Motion passes, okay, by everybody on the dais. Okay, so to summarize, I think what Mr. Snyder has said is indeed what I consider the proposal, and Dr. Messiah, would you just confirm that so that we can provide directions to the superintendent?
The East Austin community is historically divided. I'm hearing narratives for partnership with IDEA. I'm hearing narratives against that, and I'm thinking that a way that we as a board can help to bring these two communities together at present, it's temporary, it's a stopgap measure, is by seeing how it is that we can continue forward with the IDEA partnership for the 2013-2014 academic year, with the understanding that they will not be expanding into Eastside Memorial High School during the 2013-2014 academic year. It'll give us more time to discuss this.
And so is the direction clear, Dr. Karstarp?
That's right, that's right.
So I am preparing an agenda item for the 17th to change the contract.
If amenable to the other party.
Right.
And if it's not amenable to the other party, am I putting anything on the agenda for the contract? I'm just,
Then, go ahead, Ms.
I think we have discussion of the contract at that point.
Right.
Sounds like we're having a discussion on the contract at December the 17th. Okay.
Okay. Okay, one other thing, in the past, it's been the practice of the board, after we have finished all the items on the agenda, if there are no other items remaining, that the president just normally adjourns the meeting, although Robert's Rules of Order says we can also have a motion and a second, and then we vote to adjourn. What is the will of this board? Which way do you want to do
We
that?
have a motion.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes. We're adjourned.